Hello, everybody! Welcome to The Secret Origin of Glib, a very highly anticipated episode. You may very quickly notice that Panda's not here. He's getting here. He's having internet problems, but should be here in a second. He's restarting everything, so we'll be all set. But we're here to vamp and improvise and entertain you for like 10 minutes until he gets here. This is Momo's first episode out. Momo's perfect attendance streak has been broken. But replacing her for today, we have Eli from Ararius Metalworks. Say hi, Eli. Eli does some very cool stuff. He is basically a real-life artificer that is going to be playing our artificer in the campaign today. So you could feel, again, I know you said you had all your stuff to show off. Feel free to show off whatever you want. I can blow up your camera so you can, you know, flex all your cool creations as we wait for Panda. But yeah, how's everybody doing, audience? I'm sure, I plugged this a little bit, but I'm sure a lot of you were surprised by the content of this episode. Nikhil, what is that?
This is a staff.
What, is that your Gambit staff, I'm assuming?
Gambit staff, yeah.
Okay, cool. Another thing that I can show off as we're waiting. Again, hopefully Panda will get here in a second. But some people have already noticed the new emote that we have, and he's a little bit on the screen here. But this is the origin of Glib. Glib from a couple years before the campaign started, and that means that human Glib is now something that we have official art for. I did not think we were going to get official art.
Gosh.
I'll actually pull it up on the screen a little bit longer so that people can see. I did not think we were going to get official art, but then, like, last night, Panda sent it to me. This was done by Panda himself. So if anyone was curious what human Glib looks like, here he is.
Incredible.
It was very easy to do the graphic design for this page because he's just a normal dude, so I just kind of slapped some white text Times New Roman font up there, and we were set to go. Oh, I see a screen change. Is that Panda?
Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you. Can't see you yet. But
Okay.
We can hear you.
Thank God. No, I have my camera off because my internet is shit right now. I don't know what's going on, so we're gonna operate with this because it's working.
Hey, you know what? It's kind of fitting that if there was one episode where we couldn't see your face, it's the one where your face is different, right? We'll make it work. If you want to mess with it later, let me know, but
I'll see if I can turn my camera on. If it completely fucks everything, then you know why.
I mean, we can run with it off. Running with it off is not going to break everything. Of course.
Yeah. Our audio
Yeah,
listeners
true.
will
Our
appreciate
Spotify
feeling their
listeners
pain.
will understand. It's okay. Your camera's small, but that's not your fault. Let me fix that. Everything seems good on my end. It looks normal to me.
All right. We'll roll with this until it breaks, and I'll turn the camera off like I did last session.
Your audio got a little crispy there, so we'll see how that goes. But you know what? Of course, Panda's audio and video breaks on the Glib origin. It's only fitting for the character. I'll balance your cam feeds as best I can. Like I said, if it breaks worse, then we will roll with what we've got. Okay, so is everybody, Panda, you have anything you want to say before we get started, or shall we go ahead and jump right into it?
What did we go over while I was?
Basically nothing.
dying?
I introduced Eli. We talked about. You know, I said this was a Breakpoints origin of Glib. Nothing really happened. We were on starting stream for most of it. We waited for you. Holy Cafe, thank you for the bunch of gifted subs, by the way.
Sheesh.
In that case.
All right, so as you know, most of you probably already know at this point, this episode is a special one. It is the origin of Glib. For any new viewers, because I did advertise this one as one that new viewers could jump in on. Glib is well, actually, wait, I'll pull up Glib's character card as I talk about this. I have it here somewhere. Glib is Panda's character in the main campaign. He is if I can find it, there we go. A frog, this is outdated stats, but frog, vampire, warlock, and now death god. None of these things really by his own will. It's sort of just kind of things that happened to him over the course of his life. Before all this, Panda appeared, and I'll pull this art up again. Again, this is drawn by Panda, so thank you, Panda, for providing the art of your character. Glib was just
Gotta use that degree somewhere.
Glib was just a regular guy, a student at the Bowenberg Magic Academy, which by pure coincidence, is where the party is in the main campaign right now. So maybe this episode's going to tie in with next week's a little bit. Get some characters from this one coming back next week, but we will see. And so we're going to be flashing back several years in the campaign. I guess I should toss this to Panda. Panda, do we have a canon age for Glib? I don't entirely remember. I think I talked to you about this very vaguely, but I don't remember what we decided.
I don't think we have a canon age. I think Glib in the main campaign we said was somewhere in his late 20s, early 30s.
Okay.
And then Glib at this point is in his late teens, early 20s.
Okay,
so nebulously 19 to like 20.
Magic college age is basically what
College
I kind of
age,
said.
yeah.
Yeah. And I believe I told all the party members to do like late teens to early 20s because it's not exactly regular college. We can be a little funky with the ages. So we're going to zoom into our story today at the orientation for Bowenberg Magic College. The first day with lots of, fresh faces coming to begin their college career as various spellcasters. But we're not going to... Actually, we'll start off with Glib. That makes perfect sense. So, Glib, you have been ushered into this orientation hall with all of the other, freshman students. It's a large, kind of cathedral-esque building. And you're just sort of, sitting in these chairs, looking around. There are people of all shapes and sizes, all different, races, and presumably magical abilities around you. How are you feeling on your first day? Did he just freeze again?
He's
Oh, no, it's good. Okay. It froze for a second.
he's gonna get.
Oh, boy. All right. You know what? We'll work with this. Eli's getting a great introduction to how we're rolling here.
Human
Keep
Glib
that
can't
laugh.
talk.
Oh,
Woo!
man.
This is what happens
Can
in
you
live
guys not
shows.
hear me either?
You broke for
No.
a
Okay.
second.
Wait for that.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Am I all right?
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to
Yeah.
choose between audio and video here. Is the situation that we're gonna roll
Okay,
with.
audio it is.
You know what? Yeah, audio it is. Sorry
the
for
video.
anyone
Fuck.
who wants the video, but hey, Spotify
Yeah.
listeners, now you can be the same as everybody else.
Okay, so I'm in the orientation room. Everything after that I did not hear.
All right, you're in the I mean, that's pretty much all I said. You're in the orientation room. Around you are many students, none of whom you know, of all different shapes, sizes, and presumably magical abilities. How are you feeling on your first day? Tell us a little bit about Human Glib, where he's at in life.
Yeah. Okay. So before we really get into it, did you tell the audience, for any new time listeners, that Glib is also the world's unluckiest person, period, ever? That's like his initial character
Ever.
jumping off point.
I did not mention it, so there's
Okay.
a great little
All right,
intro for
so-
Glib people. And again, that ties into, we'll say the
Glib
camera
is-
thing is immersion.
Yeah. All right. It's perfect. Glib's entire thing is that he is the world's most unlucky person. All of his life, he's been just extremely clumsy, got fucked over in every conceivable fashion, is hilariously in debt. Glib might not even be his real name because he might be running from people. We're gonna roll with it. At the college right now, he is joining for the nebulous degree of wizard and does not really know what he's going for. He just knows that he might be able to affect his luck with wizard schoolings.
A great start that I'm sure many people will relate to when starting college for the first time. So Glib is there, just kind of, chilling, gonna see how this thing goes on the first day. And of course, all of our other students are there as well. Everyone else in the campaign is playing another student, but we'll get to them in a minute. Because first off, let's begin the orientation. Oh, someone actually just said, can I put the Glib art over Panda's camera square? Probably yes, but that'll take me a second, so I'll do it in a minute. Anyway, after, you're in this room for several minutes, kind of just listening to the hustle and bustle of everybody finding their seats and, excited to see what's going on. You notice on the stage, and all of you are seeing this, there's an old hat just kind of like sitting on a pedestal in the center of the chamber. It's, a very, very pointy, kind of old, brown, ratty. And after a minute, a face starts to appear on this hat, just sort of like wrinkles that resemble eyes and a mouth. And after a second of this happening, you see a man kind of shuffles on stage very quickly. He doesn't look particularly fancy. He's kind of just dressed in a custodian uniform or something of the sort, very dirty. And he walks up to this hat, pulls out a small contraption out of his robes, and incinerates the hat immediately with just kind of a shriek coming out from it. And he just sort of awkwardly looks up at the audience, scrapes the ashes into a little dustpan, and then turns to you all. He doesn't have any sort of microphone or magical voice amplification, so his voice is just echoing around the chamber, and goes, sorry about that, everybody. We had a couple of mimics escape one of the bio labs, so just, don't, if you see anything that looks out of the ordinary, don't touch it. And then he just kind of stares at you all for a second, and then very quickly shuffles back off stage.
Love it.
Amazing.
A lot of this episode is going to be me dunking on Harry Potter. Anyway.
Fuck yeah.
Dunk on him.
Dunked on it. Chat. I was about to comment on it as well.
Yeah.
Love the switch up.
Anyway, after that seemingly unplanned little spectacle, the lights in the auditorium, like the little torches that are up on the sides, seem to magically dim. And a woman wearing very bright, shiny, gleaming gold armor strides out on stage, kind of, gives a grand but very formal wave to the audience, says in imposing voice, "Hello, students! How are you all doing today?" And there's sort of, a cheer from the crowd, and some students are silent because it's college orientation. No one really knows how the audience is going to be at those. But she continues on. She goes, "I am your headmistress at the school, well, one of two. I'm here to welcome you to your first year at Bowenberg Academy. Now, I'm sure you've all read your orientation packets. It's up to you whether you actually read your orientation packets individually, students. But hopefully you did, because she then goes on to say that she will be skipping most of the information contained within that orientation, since presumably you all already know it, or at least you should already know it. She goes on to talk about your roommate assignments, just, general college orientation stuff. I could improvise this speech, but does anyone really want to hear me improvise a college orientation speech? Probably not. Let's keep this entertaining." Nikhil raised his hand. Nikhil, put your hand back down. So this woman, she goes on to mention, of course, she is a paladin, which doesn't really surprise anybody in the audience, given her gleaming golden armor and the large shield that she seems to be wearing on her back. Over the orientation, of course, I'll give some general, I'll skip to the entertaining parts. The school is broken up into 5 categories. They're not like strict, strict things, but 5 sort of major programs. They are sort of organized into, I guess I'll use the term houses again, not being a Harry Potter reference, but I'll use it for simplicity. There is the Red House, which is where all the Artificer classes are under. There is the Blue House, which is where all the Wizard classes are under. The Yellow House, which is where Bards are contained. There is also a Bard program at this college. There is Pink, which is Clerics and Paladins, and there is Green, which is Druids. Now, all of you are, of course, in different categories, which we'll go over in a second. But the orientation continues on for, another hour, learning the policies of the school, which, again, I won't really go over in detail. It's all pretty boring, exactly what you would expect. Don't mess with forbidden magic. Don't turn other students into frogs, etc. Just, don't be horrible with your magical responsibilities. But after this is all done, you are just, no, what foreshadowing? I have no idea what you're talking about. You are all dismissed to your dorm assignments, and you're all given a little piece of paper. And now we'll still continue on to Glib for this little intro. Glib, you are given, of course, your dorm assignment. And with some difficulty, given that you don't really know the place and are also extremely unlucky, you do manage to find the place where you were assigned, which is a suite with 4 other students. Given your unluckiness and the fact that you are the last to arrive, or the fact that you are late, you are the last to arrive, and the other students are all sitting in their common room, discussing amongst themselves, which is, of course, the other members of the party. So, I guess I'll just go on screen to my right. Nikhil, describe your character for the one-shot.
I'm a Goliath, so I'm large.
Large.
I actually should have looked up what Goliath looks like, I guess. But I'm a big
large,
boy,
like kind of gray skin.
Yeah, gray skin. Tall. It's the real takeaway.
Very big guy.
My name is Flashbackia.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow.
And
Flash with a PH, I should note. I did put that on the screen, but I just want to make sure everybody processed that.
Backia.
You're proud of
is
that, aren't
also
you, Nick?
spelled
You're proud of that one.
Scott Backia. Oh, that was Bacula, actually. Alright, I took it from a wrong person. Doesn't matter. Anyways. My whole thing, in my eyes, is that I just happen to already be able to turn into a wolf, and then someone told me that was a druid thing, so now I'm at this weird magic school.
Perfect.
It also fits with like Bacchus.
Oh yeah, look at you thinking about this
I'm
technically.
very specific, way.
Also, sorry for the giant
That's
glib
what
that
we'll
just
call
appeared
it.
on the screen. I am taking Amy's advice and putting it in Nikki or in Panda's character card slot, but that's going to take me just a second. So we'll move on as human glib takes up half the screen. Eli, our guest, describe your student.
Hello, my guy is about 3 feet tall. He is a half gnome, half dwarf. He is incredibly hairy, all very dark brown, some black thrown in there. His eyebrows meet with his mutton chops, which meet with his beard. He's far skinnier than any dwarf you'd see, but he's just as hairy and about as tall. His name is Baldric.
Love it.
Baldric Bardlic Ziphambium.
I'm gonna go with
He
Rick
is an
for the rest of
artificer.
this.
No, it's Baldric. Come on, be
Baldric
respectful.
I can get. The rest of that.
I mean, you don't have to say the whole thing. It's his given name, you know. And he is an artificer, and he makes little gadgets and doodads that have similar properties to spells. And he always tries to make them far more stupendous than he can. So he's often disappointed. But that's his own thing, you know. It's his own burden to bear.
Now, glib, of course, we've already covered, so we'll skip over pandas for now to the final player student. At least there is one more who I'll get to when it's time. Nathan, describe your magical student.
Yes. I have not landed on a voice 100%.
Wing
We're
it.
going for it. The name's Speckles Beauregard, but everyone just calls me Specs. I am a goblin. Oath of Redemption paladin.
Oh, excellent.
I am a very devout individual. I put all of my faith in the god of peace and wisdom, Vaktan. And he is a goblin, and he just has like a breastplate and like scholarly pants and shoes, with a sword on his back. Very small, like 3 feet tall as well. Most goblins don't become that magical, but his home was attacked when he was extremely young, and he was taken in by a church, the Church of Vaktan, and that's where he learned to be a paladin and learned to spellcast, and now he's here.
Well, I'm definitely going to be
Specs.
putting that in the main campaign. I've got some ideas for how we can integrate Specs' lore for the whole goblin area. So
Religion is like his everything,
And his
so
god
like
is fake.
and Nathan knows way too much about his religion.
we love the preparation.
He's one of those guys that has a quote from his god for any situation.
Oh, I got to get you scenarios where you have to use those quotes that you prepared then, huh?
I prepared maybe one or two, and the rest I'm winging. I trust myself.
And the final
This
student.
fucking character so goddamn much.
Oh, I think Glib's going to end up hating pretty much everybody, or all of his roommates, but you know, he's going to get kicked out at the end some way or another, right? The final student in this dormitory is a young woman by the name of Charlie, who is enrolled in the Bard Academy. She has very short hair, kind of like punk rock fantasy aesthetic. And the thing that she is most proud of, which she kind of told all of you very quickly as you came in, is that she has this lute that she charges with lightning magic, which is something she learned from a very young age. Basically using it as, though she would not know to call it this, the fantasy version of an electric guitar, using the lightning to sort of strum it and augment the sound that it puts out. So Glib, this is the group that you walk into. Everyone kind of,
Gotcha.
Charlie kind of gives you a wave as you walk in. She goes, "Hey, you the last one in the group?"
Yeah. Sorry, I got a little lost on my my way over here.
Immediately, Specs gets up and says, "It is a pleasure to meet you. What is your name?"
I back off as soon as he gets up to me. Glib's very used to being clumsy and people getting hurt, so he immediately backs up as someone tries to get close and he's like, yeah, you can just call me Glib.
Glib. The name's Specs. If I forgot to mention, he got that nickname because of his massive glasses. So, big giant eyes fill out the entire glasses.
I never would have guessed that name for you. That's real unfitting.
Well, my church always gave it to me, so I treasure it.
Okay, all right, lovely, just great. I look to the giant in the room. Like, are you gonna fit?
Real quick, someone in chat pointed out, how tall is human Glib? Because we know Frog Glib's like 3 feet tall. How's human Glib looking in height?
5'7".
Okay, so he's average height, which I guess would expect. But so it is two very short people, one average height, and then Flash, who is just gigantic.
Exactly.
Got it.
Sitting in a chair, fully like slumped, I think, right now.
Okay.
Exactly. That is why this is why Glib looks over to him and is like, are you gonna fit in here, man?
Gonna have to.
That's a fair point. Okay.
Are you aware that Glib is an emotion and not a name?
Wait, say that again?
Glib is an emotion, not a name.
I thought it was more of an attitude.
Either way, don't get on the artificer.
It's just just what people call me. It's what I go by. I roll with it.
At this point, Charlie speaks up and goes, "So what school are you going to? We got like most of them here already. You going for blue?"
I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I was not listening, so I'll see which one they put me in. Which colors are there again?
No, it was all in the pamphlets. Did you not read
What?
it? The syllabus. And he pulls out a copy that he's marked
by the
up.
way, again, I skipped all the college orientation information because I did not want to do 10 minutes of that. But if anyone has any questions about the workings that you would know, feel free to ask and I'll give you the info.
Okay.
What does first mode look like, man?
What'd you say?
What is all of our individual courses?
Don't. We're gonna get to that. That actually hasn't happened yet. You haven't signed up for courses yet.
Okay.
Excellent.
Specs, no one reads those things except for you.
Well, I found it quite informative. He hangs it up above his bed so he can stare
Glib,
at
what's
it.
your favorite color? Glib? He's dead.
Oh my God! Did his? Oh, you're good. Okay, we're good. I heard him.
Say that all again. That was choppy as fuck.
Oh boy.
What's your favorite color, little man?
I gotta go with blue. Water tends to hurt me the least of anything that I end up. Fuck.
Specs, what thing is blue?
What thing is blue? Well, diamonds?
No,
can be
what
blue.
class is blue?
Oh, what class is blue?
Oh,
Man,
wizard.
what class is blue? I wasn't. Wizard, of course. I wrote
Okay,
down my
that's
house,
valid.
but not
It's
all.
wizard. Yeah.
There you go. You're a wizard.
Okay.
So you do realize that
wizard.
the group then does have one of every course path in it, which you don't know is intentional or not. Maybe they put those groups together on purpose, or maybe this is a coincidence. But you're not sure for now.
I just figured we were all the one extra that couldn't fit into
Hey,
the assignment.
it might also be
Yeah.
that you're not sure yet.
The leftovers.
I'm still.
Why else would they put a dude who's like,
sure I'm
what,
in.
10 feet tall?
Yeah,
Glib's still not the right room, so this might be complete
Well, there's
coincidence.
Glib who's unlucky, the two tiny ones, and the fucking giant.
So I'm guessing we're just overflowing.
And
It's actually
uh,
just my accommodated housing. It's much larger. All of you are crashing in it for some reason.
Oh, it's not accommodated, and it's not larger.
does Charlie the Bard also
yeah.
live in this
No,
room?
you're all together. It's a larger room. It's not. It's like, I guess I should say. I just said it's not
okay.
larger. It's larger to accommodate more people, not proportioned larger for like an 8-foot man. It's that kind of larger.
Got it.
Also, Glib, since you just got here, I feel like I should tell you, don't go into the bathroom for a while. I have an experiment brewing in the toilet.
At
Bad things may happen.
at this point, Charlie kind of looks and goes, "What?"
That goes for you too.
I would assume it would go for everyone.
If you value your buttocks.
I do. Thank you.
As do I.
If there are public bathrooms anywhere near your dorm, you're not aware of them, so hopefully no one has to go at the moment. But you'll make it work. Maybe you can do the Harry Potter thing and then just go on the floor and then get rid of it with magic. But regardless,
Know that magic.
Or if you have good enough aim, you might be fine.
regardless, there are no plans for the rest of the day that you know of, except at some point, one of the advisors for the school is going to be going around to everybody's dorms and helping you with class loads. So unless you can continue talking if you want, get any character interactions done now, or we can go ahead and skip to when the advisor arrives. So that's your call.
Have any of you heard the blessed word of Vaktan?
No. Also,
Well, he's truly remarkable.
You didn't listen, Specs.
Okay, we have a lot of work to do, so let's start from
Boy,
the top.
I feel like I need to be writing this down.
Originally, I could go off, or we could just. He's gonna preach for however long it takes.
I'm gonna say that Glib
But-
sits down on his bed and looks like he's listening, but has obviously tuned out.
Gotcha. So, as Specs preaches the good word of Vaktan to you all, after far too long of this, you're not sure exactly how long, but you know it was too long. You hear a knock at the door.
I'm gonna say that Glib is extremely shifty to any loud noises at the moment.
Okay.
So, the knock on the door, he immediately flinches. What? Who? What? What the hell was that? Who? Hi.
No one enters yet. They seem to be waiting for your clearance to enter.
Someone open the door.
Come in.
At hearing "come in," that's enough for of an invitation for them. The door opens, revealing a strange figure, clad in white, very elaborate white robes, very fancy. You can tell there's probably some sort of armor under them, and a white plague doctor mask. But as they open their mouth to speak, you see a sort of beak emerges from under the mask, like the top part of the mask. And you quickly realize this is a Kenku who is sort of wearing a plague doctor mask on top of their own beak. So it's not immediately obvious that they are actually a bird person until they speak and, the beak can be seen moving. But they kind of, poke their head and go, "Hello, advising here."
Enter.
The figure kind of shuffles in and goes, "Lovely to meet you all, lovely to meet you all. Are you all adjusting well to your new accommodations?"
I want to motion to the
Yes.
me being hunched over and go, no.
The Kenku, who is probably 4 feet, so kind of right in the middle of your height range, actually. Shorter than two of you, taller than two of you. Kind of looks straight ahead at Flash, and then their eyes kind of drift up the remaining 3 feet. Go, "I'll see what I can do about that. That does seem like it would be a sort of, accommodation that we could possibly make for you. My name is Terry. I'm going to be your advisor for this first semester of your courses."
Pleasure to meet you, Terry.
Matt, people in the chat are saying we're all low except for you.
Okay, hold on. Let me rebalance the audio here. I'll do that other talk. So, Terry kind of continues. He goes, "So, you are all taking different courses. Yes, this room is one of the ones that's a little bit split, is it not? You're not all in... Did any of you know each other by chance before coming here?"
Not even a little.
Absolutely.
Noted. Okay. Well, see, we do have an option for student rooms such as yourself. We find that cohorts like yourself usually like to, get in the same courses in the beginning of the semester so that you can help each other with your work and studying, and you'll have to take multiple intro courses anyway. Would that be something that you're interested in doing? And then Terry kind of doesn't wait for a response from any of you who, again, have just met not very long ago, and goes, great, okay, and pulls out a clipboard immediately. And then sort of turns to each one of you in turn. Again, we'll go from my right. So Terry turns to Flash at the beginning, goes, yes, Flash, Bakia, was it?
Sure.
Okay, that's good enough. And you're a druidic major, yes?
Yeah, I basically, look, my parents are mad at me. I need to explain why I'm sometimes an animal. I heard that's the thing you do. You are an animal, so that probably helps.
Everyone make a perception check. This is entirely... Wait, hold on. Panda's got a face.
Yeah, I am able to... I'm going off of my phone. I'm going to see if that fixes anything for now.
The audio and the video both seem good, so let me get rid of your character face over your face. Hold on.
I kind of like this, like...
For my perception, I rolled
four.
a
I
rolled a
4.
I also rolled a 4.
Hell yeah.
We're too short to
I'm
see.
gonna-
No one sees it. We'll get to that later.
Wait, no, I'm 14.
Yeah, you
I
don't
see it.
No, you don't see it. A note was made. We'll get to it later. So Terry kind of goes, all right. So you're probably going to want to do some sort of a transformation-based major, yes, so that you can get any of that situation under control. Now, transformation courses are more of an upper-level thing and not exactly designed for students of all majors, but we can put you in Transmutation 1. Does that sound interesting for you, perhaps? And it kind of glances over everybody else. Transformation or Transfusion 1? Does that sound interesting?
All of you say yes.
Transmutation doesn't sound like anything I'd ever be interested in. I'm good.
Oh, I'm sorry. I already wrote it down in pen.
Ha. Hope you turn
Oh.
into something weird.
Can the
you can match.
transmutation be
Fuck
explosive?
At that point, Terry turns over to Baldwin and goes, what was that you said?
Can the transmutation be
Not
explosive?
sure of any explosives in transmutation class, but I can go ahead and enroll you all in Pyrotechnics 1 if you would like to study some fire and lightning-based elemental magic.
Yes.
Upon
That sounds
Upon
fun.
hearing lightning-based magic, Charlie also kind of punts her fist at that. So all of you are enrolled in Transmutation 1 and Pyrotechnics 1. We'll come to... Actually, yeah, Glib is next up in the lineup. So Terry then turns to Glib and goes, and you, young man, what are you hoping to study here on your first semester?
Luck-based manipulation.
Ah, that's an interesting... Now, that is an upper-level course, but I can go ahead and enroll you in Mechanics of Probability. It's an advanced course, but it is one that is available.
That's math. No.
Listen, fucker, I gotta work for transmutation for your big ass. You gotta do this for me.
So you all are enrolled in the basic math class, or well, not basic, the advanced math class at the Magic Academy, thanks to Glib.
Thank you, Glib.
She then turns to Char.
Just trying to survive, all right?
Fuck you, Glib.
She then turns to. Oh wait.
Glib, forget what I said about the toilet. Go use it right fucking now.
I would think the artificer would be into the math class. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you just want to blow stuff up.
No. Not the math, just the
Not the
things.
math, just the things. Noted.
He's like a redneck who like figures out explosives in their garage. They don't really give a shit about the chemical part of it. They're just like, it go boom. I can make thing go boom.
Why or how?
Says the that enrolling in a school.
The engine is working. That's all I need, right?
Terry then turns to Specs and goes, and you, yes, you're a paladin, correct, of the school?
Yes.
All right. What were you hoping to study specifically? And just so you know, we do have a sort of non-denomination temple if you need it for any of your paladin work.
Oh, excellent. Yes. I mean, I would love to learn more about the vast religions, if you have a class on that.
Yes, we have a Religions of Ventril, of course, that we can put you all in. So,
Cool.
and then she turns to Charlie for the final one. and not incredibly enthused by having just been signed up for a math course and a history course by two of her roommates. She does go ahead and basically put you in a music extracurricular, knowing it'll be fun for her, and hoping that it'll be fun for everyone else, but not really caring because she will enjoy it regardless. Terry then, kind of wraps up, looks over the schedule again, goes, yes, and finally, you don't have to do all these together, of course, but again, it is recommended. Are there any extracurriculars that you're hoping to do? Any sort of sports clubs? We have an excellent debate team at the school. We won in a tournament against Rift Reach last year, which was excellent.
Oh, we're not Rift Reach?
Oh.
No, this is in Bowenberg. This is in the city on the far east of the continent. I can pull up the map if you want it. I think I have it.
No, it's fine. I just missed all the non-Rift Reach parts of this campaign. I assume we were always against
No, you moved out of it. I just pulled up the map for anyone in the chat. You are in Bowenberg, which is it was built around this school. The school kind of came first, and the city built up around it. That's the wrong thing.
College town.
Yeah,
Love
exactly. It's the magical college town.
Specs is absolutely interested in the debate team.
I would also be interested in the debate team.
So she marks down Specs and Flash for the debate team, and then kind of looks to either Baldric, Glib, or Charlie for any sort of confirmation or obvious distaste.
Glib is very much like his namesake, just checked out. Just I don't want to fucking. I'm alright. I'm fine.
Terry kind of pauses and goes, doesn't seem like the debating type, but we'll put you on there for now, and then we can switch that around later. Nothing, it's just something about pathos, whatever. But, and then turns to Balder and goes, would you like to do it? We do have an artificing club, but if you're going into the school itself, you'll get most of that experience anyway.
Well, would the artificing club have is it like a science fair type thing?
That will be something. We have the perfect.
Yes.
I will mark you down as a potential candidate for that. She Terry writes that down. Kind of checks everything again a couple more times, confirms with everybody, and then kind of dramatically puts the clipboard back into their robes. Goes, all right. So is that, of course, any questions? But I believe, unless you have anything that you need to ask me, that will be all for now. Your class schedules have been automatically updated in your orientation folders. We have them all magically linked.
Incredible.
Not a question per se, but I truly like your vibe.
Oh, thank you, Baldric. That's quite an honor. I've heard some people find my voice annoying, but it's with...
No, not your voice. Your voice is atrocious. Your vibe is lovely. I like how you look.
Terry kind of pauses and goes, you know what? I will still take that as quite the compliment. I don't often get compliments on my appearance from students, so, I will note down. I would
make a lovely statue.
Terry kind of oh. Terry seems very flattered at that. Kind of, actually, roll perception again, everybody.
This is when we find out he's not actually involved with the school at all. 12.
1.
6.
5. We'll give it to the 12. So Flash, actually, yeah, this makes sense because Flash, being the tallest, can kind of see over the clipboard. Terry marks down polite next to Baldric's name. Not sure what that note is technically going to mean in the context of any sort of advising, but.
Can I see any other notes on the page?
We're gonna say no. This was a separate page that she's folded over to. So there aren't any other notes on Baldric's page that you can see other than just the class schedule, etc.
Could you say that the rest of her handwriting is chicken scratch?
Wow. Kind of guy,
racial stereotyping.
Wow.
I want you to know, even
hey,
that was bad.
Regardless, Terry, at that point kind of puts the clipboard back again, kind of nods to you all and says, well, if you ever need me, of course, my contact information and my office hours and everything are again in your orientation packets, so I hope you have a good day. Classes will begin tomorrow. And then shuffles on out of the room.
Cool.
What a weird, strange little person.
Indeed. All of you are very short, for the record. Why are you... I don't know why we're together.
I mean, I can understand them. I have less of a chance of hurting them, and they have less of a chance of hurting me. I don't know about the blow-up guy. He might. You scared.
I don't think that any two of us stacked would be as tall as Flash.
That would be my
Actually,
I
thinking
think-
about it, yeah, I think you're right. Even if you put Glib in there.
Tall is
Well, no, Charlie.
biased.
Charlie's human as well, actually. So Charlie is Charlie. If Charlie and Glib stack, they are the
Okay.
only ones. That specific combination is the only one
How
that
small
makes
is a
it.
Goliath? Is it still like listed as medium, which seems stupid? to me.
I think they're large. They list as medium. You can say large. I don't know what the official thing is.
I want to be like a solid 8 to 9.
Oh, everyone in chat's saying hotness check. Do you want to hotness check your characters? Because you're all college
Yes.
students, so you're all over 18, I assume. So if you would
Oh
like,
my
I
god.
already know the hotness.
Yeah,
of
don't
Glib.
you-
He is average.
yeah, go.
He's
Glib is
totally
done. Glib is 10, flat 10.
Also,
Eli, I don't,
this is where we live. It's just 4 dudes and 1 girl.
Oh, I should have said there are like maybe I didn't make this clear. I think this is my bad because I didn't describe. It's like a suite thing. So you're in like the common area, but you all have your own sort of individual rooms that are branching off.
Oh.
It's
I see,
actually
I see.
nice.
God, I am not bumping with the
Yeah,
giant.
it is actually.
Good
I
fucking
should say,
boy.
Flash's is not sized differently for anyone else. So like for Specs and Baldric too, but Specs more like. This is a great sized room, really nice accommodations.
Yeah,
Huge.
this place is
For Flash,
nice.
it's a broom closet, but you know. And then for Baldric, it's pretty nice. For Glib and Charlie, it's fine enough. But yeah, everyone, hotness check if you would like. Eli, for the, this is the thing that the audience always likes to see.
I got a nat 20 on
Oh,
hot.
no, Matt has to
Damn.
fix, doesn't he?
Is Specs is like, I'm imagining that Specs is the stereotype.
Sexy nerd
Yeah.
Specs, Jesus.
Is Specs the stereotype of like nerd with the thick glasses, but then like whips the glasses off and they're just gorgeous? Is that what we're dealing with for Specs?
I was thinking
Yeah,
more of
but
just like
in
sexy
goblin form.
librarian goblin.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
World
These are
sexiest
selfies?
goblin. You look like Chris Hemsworth with glasses on, but a goblin. That's
Oh my gosh, it's
So do you
hilarious.
have to roll
Yeah,
for the
you
hotness
it's a
check?
charisma check basically. So roll and do your charisma modifier.
Oh, I'm not good with that.
Specs
Okay.
is-
That's just an
50
even
above
50.
average. A good strapping young dwarf.
Wow.
Except I look more like a tribble
Hey,
than a
that's,
humanoid.
I feel like that's a standard of attractiveness for dwarves. You got a thick, hardy beard.
But,
under
That's
the
true.
12 inches of hair, you're gorgeous. That's what we're.
oh,
I got a
Shade-
solid 8.
You'd
very
look like a
poor
fucking
relationship.
statue.
Dice. There we go.
I will say I have a very poor relationship with my dwarves, so I primarily identify as gnomish.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's a rare thing then for a gnome to have such a thick, hardy beard. Noted.
Very.
All right. That would be who's next. I'll do Charlie last because people were asking. Flash.
I got an 8.
8. Okay. So not horrible, but below average. Big kind
Oh my
of
God.
brutish looking, maybe. I don't know, something like that.
Just a big, not attractive Goliath. That's what we're getting at here.
That's Flash.
Maybe he's breaking out with like a big case of Goliath pimples or something.
Yeah.
Goliath
All of his
acne.
proportions are just a little too big. It's a little off-putting.
Counting it as a charisma check, Charlie got a 22. So
God.
yeah.
Bob.
Wow.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Someone also asked earlier, what did Charlie look like? Charlie's like fantasy bard, but punk rock fantasy bard. She has a lute
Hell
that
yeah.
she charges with lightning magic, so she has a fantasy electric guitar. Anyway, the orientation has been set. Your classes begin tomorrow. You can just kind of chill in your rooms for the rest of the night. If you want to look at anything on the campus or in the city, you can do so, or we can skip to the next night. Again, kind of up to you guys with what you want to do.
I'm gonna take care of my
Okay,
experiment.
yeah. What is your experiment in the toilet then, BB?
Nobody will know.
I do need to ask who, if anybody, was paying attention when Specs was
That
going
would
off
be
about
interesting
his
to
guy.
know. Yeah.
Slightly.
No.
Slightly.
Know your god's name. That's how much it was not paying attention.
Then just I
Oh,
assume
and
just
Charlie
to
wasn't
kill
paying.
them,
She was like being polite, but obviously not paying attention.
I don't think I ever said this, which is my bad, but he's the god of peace and wisdom. So he's committed, and as am I, Specs, committed to non-violence.
Okay.
So you're a liability.
There are, of course, exceptions, like in every scripture. But...
Hypothetically, if someone erupted fire out of their hands.
But yeah, anybody who's paying attention knows that. Anybody else? Oh, and I guess cool detail is that Specs has tattoos of mouths on the palms of his hands and the soles of his feet, because so does his god. His god has mouths on the palms of his hands and the soles of his feet, and each one gives knowledge.
Nathan, send me the doc of things that you did for your god. I will integrate it if you ever go to the Goblin place.
My absolute favorite thing about this is Nathan did so much work. It is presenting someone who cares so much, and canonically, his god is fake.
No, technically not. The explanation, you guys don't really know this in lore, but I'll say it because it's interesting. The explanation for, like, religions and gods in this area is that, like, so many people have ascended to godhood, at least for short periods of time, and then fallen, that cults have started around these gods that were more like mythic heroes with god powers that didn't last too long. So, Specs' god is real, is just probably dead. So, not fake.
My only goal now is
goal
now is for Skeezville to become the new god of peace and then meet this child again.
Oh no, okay. Well, you might meet him next week. We'll see. Maybe. Anyway, regardless, are you guys doing anything for the night, or are you just gonna wait for the next day for your classes to begin?
I want to get high.
Did you bring supplies for getting high? Okay, all right. What did you bring, Flash?
Nobody searches the 12-foot-tall giant.
Some, like, I don't know, mushrooms or something that I found. But I want to be a nature guy. I want to get
Okay,
high.
very important thing that I would like to address there. Just mushrooms that you found? Not mushrooms you got from anybody? You just found them.
These are mushrooms that I myself
Make a
found.
nature check. This is a retroactive nature check to see what mushrooms you found and brought to college.
Oh my god.
Jeez, I didn't think you were making me do so much work. I thought I would just say I got high. That was a nat 20. I know what I'm talking.
Flash knows
God,
what he is doing. That might have been a subconscious influence for why he's taking a druidic major.
Well, at some point throughout Flash's trip, there's a really loud boom from the bathroom, and Baldric walks out completely covered in white dust. And just walks into his little bedroom. And I'm hoping that Flash just thinks it's a ghost.
That's up.
I want to think it's a ghost, but I want to be completely unfazed. Just like, a ghost.
This isn't the first time he's tripped like this, I guess.
Oh no, Baldric.
So
I want it known that as soon as Glib went into his room, you can hear him obviously barricading the door, and then you hear him making some sort of protection fort on his bed, just so that he does not get injured in some variety of ways.
Oh, sad Glib.
Nice.
Glib is a very scared man as a human. That's why he's very standoffish.
Yeah.
He's very terrified of everything.
So Glib, as a frog, fights anything he sees. Glib as
I'm already fucking dead as a frog. I'm like, fuck it. I hate what this is like, and I'm ready to die anyway, and I'm already dead. Glib's a human's like, I get injured every 3 seconds. I need to protect myself at all times.
I do like how I didn't give Eli any context for like what Glib was in the main campaign, so he's hearing all this for the first time, which makes me very happy. You'll figure it out as we go.
he's a mess, is the basic principle.
Now
No, it sounds like Glib is fucked up, so that's perfectly
that's
phenomenal.
about what you would expect. All right, so if no one else has any plans that they want to do for the rest of the night, we will say that the night passes without anything too interesting happening. And in the next day, your first class. You know what? Actually, we'll say your first class is Pyrotechnics, because I feel like that's going to be an interesting one to start with. So
big fan of this.
So
Glib is so scared the whole time. He is actively hiding behind Flash the entirety of the time.
Yeah.
We're in this.
So
Matt, do the spells that Or do we know
Baldric is the
nothing
first
yet?
one in the room.
You know the spells that you have. I have you set as level 3 characters, which, we'll say you can do what you can. You came with some base knowledge.
All right, lit, because I got fire spells.
Okay. So, the class is in one of the artificing buildings, of course. So this is something where Baldric would, be going normally. It's a bit farther out off the campus, so you do have to walk across, all 5 of you. It is a pretty bustling, popular campus. In fact, there's actually a little bit of sort of steampunk elements to it. You can see some sort of flying machines going across overhead that seem to be powered by some sort of magical elements, things like that. You pass a sports field where a couple students are playing, a fantasy game that resembles soccer, but one student seems to be chasing an entirely different ball that's like a small gold one, something like that. After a few minutes, you see the custodian run up, interrupt the game, and incinerate the ball. And before going, sorry, that's another one of you probably saw the orientation, and then he books it away.
These
Mechanical vermin.
Every Harry Potter reference is a mimic. Are we gonna find like a moaning Myrtle in the bathroom that's gonna get fucking murdered by this?
You don't have a bathroom anymore.
Oh, that's right.
Problem solved.
That's the experiment, is Moaning Myrtle.
Now, you get to the artificing building. Now, the artificing building looks really kind of underwhelming from the outside. The architecture of it is very, standard, very utilitarian. However, inside, it is far more interesting. The Artificer's School seems to be far more concerned with, function rather than aesthetics. And so on the inside there, machines carrying things from area to area, sort of conveyor belts, tube pipelines. There are sort of robotic constructs that seem to be currying things along as well. There are students carrying various contraptions that seem to be school projects, probably for upper level classes. But you get to the Pyrotechnics room without too much trouble. There are some safety restrictions that you can see. Probably not as many as you would expect. The teacher for this class is actually a Warforged. So you enter and you see a Warforged at the front of the room. And you're all free to take your seats, discuss as you want if you want to prep anything before Pyrotechnics class begins. I know Glib said he was going to be hiding behind Flash the entire time.
Yep.
Welcome.
I'm going to immediately walk in and pull a large device out of my cloak that looks like, imagine like Constantine's crossbow shotgun.
Okay.
Looks kind of like that, and I just set it on my desk and sit there patiently, waiting for somebody to give the go-ahead.
Dude, you scare the shit out of me.
I want to get to my seat and then notice Glib cowering behind me and just be like, are you good? What's wrong?
Everything in this world hurts me. I would rather not be around the explosive things. Please,
So
thank you.
Plan is for him to blow me up first.
You're 12 feet. You got feet to lose. It's fine.
Go away.
Charlie takes the bait, seeing this large thing, goes, okay, what's that thing? So you clearly want somebody to ask about it.
I like the cut of Charlie's jib.
You'll see soon enough, I guess. I don't know. We'll see what this.
You
You
passes
scared the
off.
shit out of me, man.
After a few moments, the Warforged professor kind of, he was looking at something at his desk, not really paying attention. Baldur, I'm not even going to make you roll a perception check for this. After, as the students are walking in, he kind of, looks up from the thing he was tinkering with, scans the room, looking at all the students, passes over Baldric's desk, pauses, and then just, slowly drifts his gaze back to the large cannon sitting on his desk. Doesn't say anything, but, you notice him giving you, what the heck? Are you gonna say anything, or just chill for now? Okay.
I'm just gonna sit there.
He notices you, but, he does not say anything. After all the students come in, he stands up and gets to the front of the room, addresses everybody. He goes, hello, students. My name is Professor Cade. First off, I would just like to get this out of the way. If you are notably flammable, if we have any sort of plant-based creatures in this course, you might want to switch to another course. Do you
I
know?
would like to point at Glib and be like, he said he was flammable.
Cade kind of looks at you and goes, I mean, everyone's flammable a little bit, but it'll probably be fine. You all signed the waiver, right? You all signed the waiver? Did I pass the waiver out? He pulls out a stack of papers from his desk, kind of just plucks them on the student. And goes,
Panda, you're
Yeah,
muted.
Pandy, we can't hear you, buddy.
All right, I'm back.
There you go. Panda was muted, that's all.
he kind of plunks a stack of waivers down at everybody's desk. Goes, pretend I didn't say that last part. Everybody sign one of these and put it on my desk. And then again, his gaze sort of flicks.
Can I read the specifics of this waiver?
You can read the waiver. It's not very specific, which you note is maybe a problem.
Anything that
Okay.
happens is not my fault. It's on you.
You also notice that this school, or the waiver, actually roll an insight check. Anyone who wants to read the specifics of this. Yes, I
Oh, of
figured was going to be
course.
Glib and Specs, yeah, and anyone else who
Oh.
would like to.
I got a 20.
I do not give a shit.
Fuck. I got a 4. God
Yeah.
damn it.
I got a 14.
Flash, you said you got a 22?
23.
23. Okay, Glib doesn't know how this works. Glib has never seen legal documents before, I guess.
I can't read language it's written in. I'm just like,
Oh, I like much more. Glib's never seen a legal document before.
Flash and Specs, though, you notice this doesn't seem to be like a university waiver and seems far more designed to relieve the professor himself of any legal liability. Does not mention the school.
I sign it immediately.
Okay, so you sign it immediately.
I'm in.
Glib, I assume, signs it because he doesn't really know what it says.
I lean over to Flash and I'm like, hey, is there anything that I should be worried about here?
No, you're good.
Okay, and then
All right. Charlie signs it as well. And then
Glib is a very trusting person. He trusts people around him if he thinks they have his best interest at heart.
oh, how naive he was, and how much that will change. So as this is going on, the professor, kind of looks out over everybody in his muffled mechanical voice, goes, "Now let's start off with this. Does anyone have any experience with artificing previous to this class?" Again, eyes very obviously glance down to BB's, not even him, his cannon that he has just placed on his desk.
Yep.
Yep.
That's all you brought that thing and you slammed it on your desk with all the force of an elephant. You're just gonna say, "Yep."
I'm gonna pick it up, jump onto my desk, and fire it directly at the chalk back 15 feet.
Is it just okay? Is it just the?
It casts the spell Firebolt.
Okay.
Hold on. I just want to make sure I'm hearing this correctly. You showed up to school with a cannon, and on the first day, fired it in the general direction of the teacher.
Not directly at them.
That's not. I didn't say at them. I said
The general direction, yeah.
And are you in the front? Or is
Yeah,
this
I
your
was gonna ask. It seems, since you were hoping to get noticed, I kind of assumed that you were in the front of the room. But was I wrong about that?
No, I was kind of thinking the front, maybe like second
Okay.
row, depending on who else was already
So
sitting around.
you do say you get thrown backwards 15 feet, which does mean you're gonna crash into the people
Yeah.
behind you.
we're
Yeah.
him, right? We're not affected by this.
No, he does not hit any people with the cannon. He hits somebody with himself. And just for the comedic
Yes.
value of it, as much of a trope as this is, the person that you slam into is an orc about the size of Flash, who kind of just gives you a death stare and goes,
I want to step over the little artificer dude and just stare at the orc.
"Okay, so there."
I go, "Hi, I'm Baldric," and try to shake the orc's hand.
The orc actually does shake your hand a little too tightly, and you're not sure if it's a threat or that's just how strong she is. Maybe.
She's just friendly. She's friendly.
Maybe.
It's okay.
But that's something we can maybe address later. Everyone, I'm assuming, is kind of silent at this, as the professor, doctor, who's probably a doctor, right? Dr. Cade, kind of just his mechanical eyes sort of narrow and dim a little bit as he looks at Baldric. Just goes, "Okay, I like you."
My dad says I have some good skills.
I think your dad's probably correct there, bud.
Immediate praise. Fantastic.
Immediate praise for blowing a
Wow.
hole. Actually, yeah. So you said it cast firebolt. So yeah, there is a hole in the wall now. I want to point out
Right in the
there's
chalkboard, too.
there's actually like it burst into another classroom. There doesn't seem to be anyone in the classroom on the other side. Cade kind of looks through. He goes, "Okay, good. I was told that they were going to be clearing any adjacent rooms during my class because of... Anyway, is everyone ready to get the class started?"
Wow, I didn't think this school had its stuff together.
I love that this is a battle between two people trying to be the biggest liability to us.
All right, now you're given your first assignment, which is basically something very, very simple, which is basically just to assess any current fire magic that you have, sort of in the same vein as him asking if anyone had any artificer experience. Flash, I know you had fire magic. Does anyone else in the group? Well, and Baldric obviously has some sort of thing. Glib or Specs, do you have any sort of fire or pyrotechnic magic as it stands currently?
I have a firebolt.
Okay, so that's a yes. Specs, do you have anything?
I do have one thing, but I can't necessarily use it. I can only do it once a day.
Okay.
I have it's Searing Smite, which basically turns my sword into a sword of flame.
You can use it if you... Basically, anyone who would like to sort of prove their previous experience with this can roll an Arcana check to do so. And Charlie's actually going to do the same as well.
Specs will not. Specs will
Specs
just
will-
say
I
no.
did, but it was 8. So
An 8? Okay. Oh, Charlie got a nat 1. She didn't do it right.
That would be a 3.
A 3? Okay.
we all are great at this.
Yeah, no one is a... So, several students in the class kind of try to do some fire magic stuff, but no one is really able to pull it off incredibly. Again, Charlie gets a 1, so the spell doesn't even go off for her at all, which she looks kind of embarrassed by. You do notice... Actually, we'll say Baldric notices, and anyone else who wants to notice can... that given that he seems to be the only one in the class with experience in this... Dr. Cade seems kind of even more focused towards Baldric and more impressed by him. Very much a teacher's pet, but not for the reasons you would expect, given that he seems to be the one who is going to cause the most damage. But
Well, it's a class about causing
yeah,
damage.
regardless, that is how it stands in the course. So the rest of the course progresses pretty normally. It's kind of a standard beginning college class. You go over the syllabus. I assume that Baldric is more excited about it or than anybody else is. Starts off kind of basic, but
I do not read the syllabus.
Okay. I will say, you probably know when Dr. Cade goes over this, the sort of final exam in this course is basically a fireworks show where every student is going to create their own sort of customized magical firework, and then it's going to be like a big event. It's a thing that, many other classes attend. One of the more favorite events of the year. Actually, Andy, as Dr. Cade... It's talking about this. He goes, I expected that some students are going to excel in this. And again, he is looking directly at Baldric when he says this. But regardless, that is pretty much the first day in your pyrotechnics class. Nothing, no one dies in the first course of the day. That's a pretty good start to things. Yeah, attempts were made, but no one died, so that's good. If someone says hotness check on the teacher... I'm gonna have to, if I have to do a hotness check on every NPC, I'm gonna have to do 12 billion of them. But since he's a pyrotechnics teacher, 4. He is.
Here
Not a
and
hot-
me.
How about that? We'll say he is a warforged, but he is a warforged that has been around a lot of fire and a lot of explosions and has not replaced any parts of his chassis or plating. So there's a lot of dents and scorch marks and kind of cracks.
I'm kind of imagining
like the Mark 1 Iron Man armor.
Yeah,
after
that's
it
actually a
broke.
pretty good. Yeah, okay. For anyone who's drawing these, you can sort of do a more fantasy version of that, and that will be acceptable. We'll say your next class is. We'll do Specs' class next. We'll do the religious history class next.
Yes,
now this
let's
class
go.
is one of the larger ones in the Paladin and Cleric school. The Paladin and Cleric school, as you go there, is as probably no one is surprised to hear, is sort of styled after a large cathedral. There are courtyards around it that have some people practicing fighting training, mostly paladins as it seems, but they are far more structured. You can tell any sort of paladin fighting classes are, they're one of the few martial classes in the school, but they're taught very strictly, very seriously. Paladins are supposed to take their job seriously, it seems, as at this academy. So Specs is probably going to fit right in. You attend the religious studies course. It's again in a much larger area. To see what do I want to make the species for this? I kind of want to do something funky. Kind of want to do what's the fish race? They got rid of it recently, but I don't remember it. Hold on, I gotta look this up because this is gonna be Lokatha. Yes, Lokatha. Does anyone know what that is?
It's a fish. That's all
I'm gonna
need.
put I'm gonna put the name, or I'm gonna put a link to it in the Twitch chat so everyone can see what the species for this religion teacher is. Here we go. I just put the link in the chat for anyone who wants to look at this. There is a Lokatha, a very old looking one, who is standing
sick.
in the front of the auditorium, very not working or tinkering with anything like Dr. Cade was, just kind of looking over the students entering, a very solemn expression on his face, like a smile, but you can't really get any sense of emotion. He's just kind of. You may do anything. You may do anything if you would like, or we can go ahead and get to the course as it stands.
Specs will go up and introduce himself.
Hold on, I gotta get a name for this guy too. So yeah, Specs goes up.
Yeah, he goes, hello, Professor. That's the wrong voice. Hello, Professor. The name is Speckles Beauregard, but everyone calls me Specs. Very excited to be learning in your class and all the wisdom you are going to teach me.
The Lokatha takes a second and very, very slowly speaks. Oh, hello, Specs, was it? I'm very excited to have such an enthusiastic young man in my course this semester.
Very excited to be bestowed with wisdom from your fishy lips.
Young man, you seem to be enrolled in the Paladin program from the way that your attire looks. Which god have you devoted your service to?
A bit of a rare one, some may say, but the god of peace and wisdom, Vaktan.
I'm very familiar with Vaktan. And he takes out his textbook, again moving as slow as he speaks, and starts kind of flipping through the pages. He goes, I know it's in here somewhere. I believe we will get to gods of that nature in the 5th or 6th week of the program.
Specs is ecstatic. He's so used to having to elevator pitch his god to everybody. He's like, let's go. Very excited to learn about it.
I want it known that Glib leans over to our resident artificer and just goes, do you still have that fucking cannon?
Have the what? The cannon?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, but it's kind of like a quiet atmosphere in here. I don't want to ruin.
I do imagine just a cannon shot going off in the very quiet, fancy room.
Okay, I'll tell you what. If you need to fart, then I'll fire it to cover it up. But aside from that, no go.
You do need find me in the room and point it in that direction. It'll find its way to me.
Understood.
Now the students come in for another moment, and then the class begins. With how slow this guy talks, I could spend the next hour of the session just going over his introduction. But I will spare you all. You learn that his name is Professor
reasons not to have to do class stuff, Matt. I want to hear magic school.
Hello, students. My name is Professor Brynson, and I will be teaching your Religions of Ventral 1 class for the semester. There are many interesting religions and cults and small groups around our fine continent due to our large wealth of magical history in the area. Now, I'm sure many of you are from the Paladin and Cleric Pink School, as we are in currently, but I do see students from many disciplines in my audience, and just know that I am happy to accommodate anyone who wishes to learn from my teachings. I've been here at this school for 75 years, and yes, the Goliath in the third row.
Yeah, one of many, I'm sure. Who is God?
He kind of like oddly perks up at that and goes, "Who is God? That's a fascinating question, young man, and dare I say, it's one that the philosophers at this academy have been trying to answer for generations. Of course, it can't simply be boiled down to just a quick sentence or two. It's a very complex discussion due to he's not, if you interrupt him, he just keeps going. He is talking right over you. It's a very complex discussion, of course, given, again, there is plenty of magical properties around the world that can be seen and directly measured, therefore acknowledging as solid proof of the solid evidence of many different gods and goddesses that have been present in Ventral across the history of our...
God.
Should I keep...
Specs is transcribing everything, like... Every if and but
okay, yeah, Specs transcribes word for word everything the professor says. This derailed conversation goes on for a solid 20 minutes before he gets back to his introduction and actually starts over completely because he lost his place. So by the time,
I'm gonna say during this entire time, Baldric has taken apart and put back together his cannon at least a dozen times.
The Professor Brunson does not notice anything that's going on. He is well and truly engrossed in his own voice. I will say, at the end of his whole sidebar speech, he again turns to Flash and goes, "Again, that was a very insightful question, young man. Thank you so much for your participation. I'll be happy to consult you for any sort of philosophical questions in the course, as you clearly seem to have an interest. I'll hold you to a very high standard."
I have another question.
Oh, yes, of course.
Why is God?
Oh, boy.
Look up.
Shout out to Nikhil for getting me to improvise religious philosophy rambles during the session this week. Again, this sets him off on yet another tangent. By the time you actually get to the class material, or what seems to be the intended class material, there's like 10 minutes left. You go over, the first 10 minutes, but this is a lecture course, and again, Flash just derailed the entire thing. So I'm not going to go through the specifics of this one. But that class is out, and by that time it is, we'll say it's lunch at this point. I didn't have a schedule 100% planned in advance because this is largely improv, but it is lunch at this point. If you guys want to go and take a break, do anything, you are free for like a couple hours.
Ooh.
And again, you're in the middle of a city, so if you want to do anything specific, there are plenty of opportunities for that.
You guys want to get some grub?
Charlie, is so stretching as she gets out of her seat. She did seem that she fell asleep during Bryanson's lecture. I was, oh yeah, I could definitely eat. I just took a long nap, probably longer than it should have been. I'm hungry. Where do you guys want to go? What do you like? I don't know if we all eat the same stuff.
Of course we all eat the same stuff.
Allergic to everything that you
Except for the weirdo.
I did not hear either of those things. What?
Glib just goes, I am probably allergic to every single ingredient used in town, perfectly honest. So, I'll just grab some water wherever we're to be perfectly just frank about it.
Water. Got it.
I mean, I can eat almost anything, so it's really up to you guys.
I prefer
Insane,
all
but bonus
that.
points if it had a face.
Carnivorous Baldric.
Hey, man.
Charlie kind of goes, okay, yeah, I'm down for something meaty. So what are we, do we want to go to like the cafeteria or the dining hall, or do we want to go get something in town? I'm not from here. I don't know if any of you guys are, which again, you can decide if you are or not from this town. Specs probably isn't, but.
Well, we gotta go to the cafeteria. It's our first meal.
Definitely.
That's not leaving. We already decided to leave, didn't we?
I mean, it's not in the building. It's a different building. Leave campus or stay on campus is what I should have clarified it as.
Glib looks out the window. How populated is the city?
How populated is the city? I'll say no one really knows specific numbers because I don't think anyone's from here. But like,
right.
Thinking about it, it's one of the most populous cities on the again. I'll pull up the map.
I'm not leaving. Cool.
any of the cities except like Abellio is probably actually yeah. This is probably the second most populated city on the continent after Riftreach.
Makes sense. We have the duel with them, or the rivalry with them.
It is. I don't have to say probably. It's my world. It is the second most populated city after Riftreach.
Which one are we at?
You're at Bowenberg on the far east side.
Wait, so
again, I pull up the.
I'm trying to remember what like alternate dimension that would be.
I will say you in the main campaign are also in Bowenberg right now. You came out of the Order realm in Bowenberg.
Oh, so it's order. Okay.
Yeah, you came out of the Order realm in Bowenberg. So
right.
with it
Nice.
Agreed upon, you all go and head to the dining hall. Now it is lunchtime, so it is fairly crowded. There are plenty of other students there. There are, again, if you want to try to talk to anybody specific, like if you're looking for someone like in a certain class or of like a specific species or anything, there's there. The orc that had a possible conflict with Baldric is also there, sitting at a table with some other orcs and Goliaths, just like larger species in general. Or you can go and see what food options there are right off the start. There is a very expansive array of foods, seeing as this cafeteria has to accommodate for pretty much every species, because this is the main magic academy of the area. There are a lot of different creatures that attend here, so anything that you can find, even things that would probably be absolutely disgusting to all of your respective species, is available.
He wants me to make the line a lot shorter. Just let me know.
Fire that thing in here, man.
Charlie kind of looks over and he goes, "Are you even allowed to have? Like, did you have to fill out a permit, or did you just bring it?"
Bring what? Wink, wink.
Charlie just kind of like slowly nods and then turns back to face front, not really sure how to react to that, but choosing not to question it further.
Something that Specs does every time he enters a crowded area is that he will take specifically his right hand and cover his eyes and use his divine sense to detect good and evil.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I will be able to sense the location of any celestial fiend undead within 60 feet.
So it's only celestial fiends and undead. It's not like not paladins
Only
that worship
celestial-
that or anything like that.
Yeah.
Detect a couple, like, we'll say minor presences, nothing crazy, but there are like maybe a few sort of ASMR around who would register as a celestial, a couple tieflings that would register as fiends. No like hidden angels or demons or weird eldritch monsters. Sort of the things that you would kind of expect in a crowded area, which you can do something with if you want, but nothing wild appears on your radar.
Can never be too sure. Gotta always be on your toes.
Absolutely. I saw a ghost last night.
You saw what?
Our door. Keep an eye out on that, I guess.
There's a
I just go get food.
house.
I'll have to do a prayer when I get home.
Did it do anything?
Oh, no, we're good. Let's get some
Is it a
grub.
dick?
I'm gonna have, in honor of Professor Primeson, I'm gonna avoid the fish. But
Uh,
anything else?
all right.
I just pile an obscene amount of food on my plate. Doesn't matter what it is, but I just start eating it.
There are several golems, like stone golems, it seems, are the primary sort of cafeteria workers. They don't really seem sentient. They seem, programmed to assist students in whatever way is needed. They also don't really seem to care about, like, how much you eat, so Flash is able to pile, way, maybe even too much on his plate. Are any of you looking for anything specific, or are you just kind of getting whatever food seems notable? You don't have to, but
I
I'll
don't
open it up.
They
I-
canonizing something.
That on me.
Ask if they know what a 7x7 is.
There is no response from the golems, which you take as probably a no.
Okay, you take a bun, soak it in butter, put 7 patties of meat and 7 slices of cheese, and then deep fry the whole thing
There's
and
that
bring it to
dwarf.
me.
There he is.
Don't you dare! Fucking.
Oh, also,
I am a
Panda, your
nerd.
audio is really low. I don't know if it's because you changed your settings or something, but it's pretty quiet.
That's probably. Yeah.
Okay, I've amped it up on my end a little bit, but it's reaching max, so I'm hitting the max I can do. The
Okay.
golems.
My end.
Yeah, we'll just have to work with it. I think it's audible. It's just a little quiet. Again, I'll max it out on my end, and we'll just roll with what we've got. The golem freezes for a second, seeming to be kind of computing what you're saying, before shuffling off. You guess to do what you asked for, but you're not really sure, as it doesn't seem to have any sort of mouth.
Can I walk up to a different
Mhm.
golem and be like, "Hey, I am deathly allergic to most things, just by happenstance. Here's a list of everything I can't eat. Make me something that doesn't have that in it."
The golem kind of robotically reaches out, grabs your list, and holds it up to the little crystals in its face that you assume to be eyes, and kind of moves it up as if scanning it before turning around and kind of lumbering off. Again, it doesn't
Gotcha.
speak, so you don't really know what it's doing, but it's doing something.
I want it known that this list was comically long. I didn't just pull a little scrap of paper out. It was a
Yeah,
scroll
hence why I said it grabs it and kind of scans the whole thing in front of its
Yeah.
face. Yeah. All right, Specs, are you getting anything specific? Charlie's not. Charlie's just going for whatever seems acceptable at the moment. Goes for a burger, a fantasy burger or something.
Fantasy.
I don't know if this is canonical for goblins, but I'm just scrapping up garbage.
Cool. Well, for the sake
I
of
would-
not making Specs awful, we'll say it's canon for goblins and not just something Specs does.
Have a giant mountain of food and just be giving scraps to him instead of the trash.
Amazing. Every time he's like, "Oh, thank you,
So you all go and
Marrow.
my fellow debate team."
oh yeah, you guys did
Big straw.
technically join the debate team.
Debate team.
So you all go and sit together at the tables are, there's 5 of you, so they pretty much take up an entire table. Are you sitting near the orc that Baldric possibly
Yeah.
ticked off,
But
or
I want to just do one of these at that whole table, and then go back to eating food.
like this. Why are you like
the
this?
I sit very close to the orc, probably a little closer than is not weird. Take a single bite of my burger, go, "That is disgusting." Pull out a rather awful looking bottle of hot sauce from my jacket, slather it all over the burger, and then continue to eat it.
Yes.
okay. Oh, Nikhil's camera's big. I think it's because did Panda just leave the call?
Nope,
No, he's
I'm
there.
here.
Okay, no, the camera got covered by Nikhil's for a second, so it looked like you left. That's all. We're good. He's still here. So that's enough. The orc turns to you, and in a Can I get a midpoint between my Kraken voice and my normal voice that would be like an orc voice? I don't know. I've never tried that before. This was the first draft of this voice. Just kind of goes, you think you're tough? That was acceptable.
This orc watched him shoot the gun, right?
Oh, yeah.
In the room.
No, the BB crashed into this orc when shooting the gun. Notably, like, the orc was, like, hitting a wall. Like, did not knock the orc backwards. Like, hit the orc and stopped.
No, I understand, but also BB still has the gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm fine, you know?
So are you responding to this orc?
My mouth is currently full of fiery hot shit.
Oh, actually, no. The 7x7 you called it, it's not very well assembled. It's assembled well enough, but it was clearly assembled by a robot that did not know how to do it.
That's fine. I mean, the real 7x7s are.
That's a real thing? I thought you made that up.
It's awful.
Oh my god.
Steak
anyway, I genuinely thought you made that up for the character. After a moment of this, by the way, the Saint, well, they all look identical. Presumably, the same golem that Glib talked to arrived with a plate. And it's, walking there. So it's holding the plate up so that you can't really see what's on it. It's too high up for your sitting. And kind of unceremoniously plunks it down in front of Glib. There's a glass of water and some sort of, like, white mush. And then just without a word, turns around and walks away again.
Incredible.
Yeah, that looks about right.
Charlie looks at you and just goes, what did you order, dude?
I ordered the safest thing I could think of, which is just everything I can't eat minus out of food.
So
I want to lean over and just be like, you gonna eat your mush?
Unfortunately.
I kind of want to just like recognize it as hydraulic grease.
I'm trying to think of how I want to describe this food. And I think like, oh, that's suitably gross. It tastes like, it has the texture of mashed potatoes and the taste of water. That's suitably not good sounding.
Glib eats it like he's had this 1,000 times.
Glib is used to these dietary restrictions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Baldric, did you respond to the orc, or are you just ignoring her as you consume your hot sauce covered meat mess?
I'm busy fueling up.
No, I love that so much. You think you're tough?
Shoves 7 burgers in face.
I was thinking it was more of just like a and then just sitting there quietly for a minute.
The orc kind of grunts again and then looks back to, her own food and friends. You can't really get a read on what her reaction to that was, but does not antagonize you further.
I offer her the hot sauce.
She swipes it out of your hand, very notably. And does this have any, I guess I should ask, does this have any sort of magical effects on it? Is this an artificer thing, or is this just really weird hot sauce that you have?
No, it is just really strong, really old, unrefrigerated hot sauce.
Okay, that's going to be a constitution check for this orc. Who, note again,
It's my trouser sauce.
Looks at yours and what you did and puts on more. Like, she's not measuring it, she's just putting on more than you did. We'll do a constitution check. I'm going to have you make a constitution check for this as well, actually. It'll be not a hard one, because I'm assuming you're used to this, but you are going to have to check it.
No, it should just be if he doesn't get as high as he does, she's fucked.
I want it noted that as soon as he started walking over, Glib scooted back in where he's sitting to, like, get ready to fuck off the second that it...
Okay, so this is probably going to be pretty good. I got a 3.
You got a 3. Okay.
Buddy!
Oh my
I don't
god.
think I've rolled
The orc
above an
also
8
got a 3.
tonight.
So
Fuck
wow.
yeah, you suck.
You guys, so she pours this hot sauce while death staring you directly. starts shoveling it into her mouth.
And we both
I was
just
about to say,
start
like,
crying.
10 seconds pass as you're just deadlocked in a staring contest before both of your eyes at the same time start to water, and you both feel like you're about to vomit. Like, simultaneously, in sync.
Nobody's folding. It's just.
Guys, I think I'm really going to regret having blown up the toilet.
Blew up the toilet? What?
Oh yeah, no one else knows that yet.
No.
Okay, so that's noted. You blew up the toilet. Charlie, who is sitting next to Baldric, notably, whoever was sitting next, she just, like, shoves into your side, knocking you away, very clearly trying to get as far away from... I mean, Baldric likes explosions, but probably not usually this kind. Are you running to the bathroom, or are you committing to this, Baldric?
Oh, no, this isn't a constant thing. This isn't a current thing. This is just a, I know my body and I know my limitations. And I know that in
Okay,
about 2
fair
or
enough.
3 hours, it's gonna hit me, and it's gonna hit me hard.
The orc, in a surprisingly high voice, not a high voice specifically, but notably higher than, like, what the orc's voice normally is, like, stands up very stiffly, turns to her friend and goes, I gotta use the bathroom. And then just, like, shuffles away. So, you know, that's the end of that interaction for now. She does not return for the rest of the time in the cafeteria.
Aww.
Good work. She seems nice.
Maybe. You haven't... What makes you think that, necessarily? Regardless,
Hey, you gonna be okay, big guy?
Hmm? Yeah.
All right. That your eyes were watering pretty bad there. You sure you're good?
Don't worry about it.
probably be
Don't worry.
fine. You know how it is. Regardless, with that done, unless you guys want to have any more conversations in the cafeteria, it is... actually, let's say that is your last course for the day. You're actually off for the... I know I changed that plan, but again, this is largely improv and I got an idea. So, that is your last course for the day. You are free to do as you want for the remainder of your time. That says Charlie kind of pulls out her orientation packet. Goes, I'm going to check the library and see what books I need to grab for this. Anyone want to come with? You guys are going to do that later.
Yes.
Not a lot that can hurt the
Uh,
library.
I suppose I'll tag along.
Sweet. She puts her packet back in her folder and goes offwards towards the, where she thinks the library is, using a campus map. Again, none of you know your way around yet. Probably Glib less than others, because I know he didn't read any of that. Actually, Glib, do you even have your orientation thing on you? I feel like I should check. Anyone who doesn't can tell me that they don't. I figure Specs does, Baldric probably does,
Okay.
Flash probably does. Oh, he does not? Okay.
I
Okay.
want this to be known to the people in the party, but not to anybody in the actual story.
Okay.
It is not entirely clear if Glib is actually enrolled or not.
Gotcha. Noted. Noted.
Glib might have walked in. He doesn't have any of the required materials.
Well, he has a
Not
room.
on any student lists anywhere. He's just kind of going where they tell him to
He
go.
does have a room. We'll see if that means anything.
I knew him. Like, there was no. Who are you?
I figured, since we're mentioning that kind of thing, Baldric is incredibly dyslexic.
Noted again.
Like, to the point of being pretty much completely illiterate.
But he's good with his,
Jeez.
good with machines. You'll do fine in your artificing courses, but maybe not in the library, which is where you're going right now. Now,
Yeah, or the,
yeah, that'll be a
Lock-in
fun
math
one to
course.
improvise on the fly. You head to the library. Notably, the library room building is, like, surprisingly small, actually, for a very, large... It's a large building, but, like, maybe it's like the size of a house and kind of sandwiched between much larger buildings. However, there is a pretty heavy stream of students going in and out. And when you enter, you can see very obviously that this has had some sort of enchantment put on it, because it is, like, books and texts as far as you can possibly see. It is hugely... It's a pocket dimension, essentially. A pocket dimension full of books If there's any sort
Nice.
of guide system, there probably is some sort of organization. You don't know it yet. Charlie kind of looks up from her, thing that she was checking what she needs and goes, "Oh crap. Okay. Specs. You know how to get around here?"
Yes.
You seem like you do.
I can try.
I'm gonna start confidently walking in a direction, saying out loud, "Schematics, schematics, schematics." And where are the drawings?
Are you following him, or are you letting him just go the rest of the class?
I'm just gonna go until somebody stops me and tells me where they are.
Okay. So,
Lena.
I'm with the goblin. He knows what's going on.
all right. So, I guess so. BB's going off. Everyone else is going with Specs. We'll say, BB, as you go, after a bit, you cross paths with a. I will say what it is because it's from Strixhaven. It's a clockwork archivist, which is a large, robotic sort of librarian who kind of enters your path, not like cutting you off, but just sort of rolls up alongside you and goes, "Am I correct in understanding that you are looking for the schematics section of the library?"
I just kind of stare at him in awe because it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen, and I just nod yes.
The robot sort of like you hear some clicking within it, and then out of its chest, a little slit, a small card that seems to have a map with like specific directions to a schematics area comes out, and it robotically reaches a hand out, takes this thing, and hands it to you. Before actually, it waits to see for some sort of confirmation if you need anything else. Like, can I assist you with anything else, or will this be sufficient?
Is it
It's
something
a map.
that
I
I
mean,
can
there's
understand?
text on it, but you think you can probably get the gist of it even without reading the text.
It's got like a nice
it has
red
enough
line I
that you
follow.
can read it without. I'll probably make you do a check to get there without reading, but you can follow it.
Oh boy, my survival skill is bad.
Okay, so you get this map. You turn back. All of the other people have left. All of your roommates are gone at the moment. We will get back to you in a second, Baldric, but we'll do the rest of the group first. So Specs, you're kind of in charge. Everyone's following your lead, just sort of assuming you know your way around a library.
Yes. I got a little list of books that I need for all my classes, and I'm just spewing scripture. I'm like, the left leg of Vaktan is named Thetix, the mouth from the bottom of his foot, and he's the keeper of knowledge of fear. And Vaktan was in a similar situation where he was in a labyrinth and he was quite scared, and he spoke to the bottom of his left leg, his foot, and Thetix was like, "Do not fret when traveling down roads you do not know, for more knowledge could be bestowed upon you." And that's what we're doing right now. I think we're
Charlie
here.
leans over to Glib as this is going on and goes, "Are you kidding? Are you getting anything of what he's saying? I heard something about putting feet in your mouth, I think."
I don't think he's here.
Is he not? I see him moving. Are you muted again, Panda?
Back now.
Oh boy, your internet.
God
boy.
damn it. Oh,
Hey,
I know.
hey, that means
I tried to
Glib-
switch to my computer because my phone was dying and see if it was working. It's
Glib did. Hey, if you want to go back to no cameras, I can put the Glib face back on your thing. Whatever works best. But
no. Hold on. I'll turn off incoming video
that
and
should
see if
help.
that does anything for me.
Yeah, I'm assuming Glib did not hear anything that Specs was saying. Glib was tuned out very literally. I do want you to make a. We'll have Specs make a history check, which I assume is a good stat for you. You can actually do it with advantage because technically you have not been to this place before. But I assume that navigating this type of environment is something you're good at.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you are able to make it very effectively. In fact, this organization system is shockingly intuitive. Like, you don't even really get, it seems easy to navigate. No one else seems to feel this way, and you don't really get why. Like, everything's in its set, organized place naturally. There's a logical order.
It's just like my
it makes
church's
perfect
library.
sense. And so you come upon the religion section of the library, and you're able to find whatever you need. At this point, I want everybody to make a perception check.
Ooh. My perception is not that good.
And except
That is-
except
do you
except
want me to
Baldrick's doing his own thing at the
Another
moment.
8. I don't think I
17.
I also
rolled
got a
a
17.
And Flash, what did you say? An 8?
Yeah, I don't think I rolled so much not an 8.
A 17 is enough for both of you, though. And Charlie actually sees it as well. So you are at a 15. In sort of like the religion section of the library is not super populated, despite the fact that the class is well taken, or has a high attendance. Like, there are several optional books on the syllabus, like a bunch of them. Specs is getting them all and seems to be the only one that is getting all of the optional readings. So you're in sort of a back area of it, so to speak. You notice out of the corner of your eye a professor, an older person who seems to be dressed more professionally, a centaur actually, wearing purple robes, kind of steps out of a bookshelf farther down the road, just like kind of clips through in leaving a bookshelf and then going about their way. The professor actually passes you, and you see it's a very large, intimidating figure. Kind of glances down at you as he goes. Doesn't seem to like notice or think much of it. Just kind of walks away.
Hello.
The professor again kind of specifically acknowledges Specs, just kind of nods, but does not seem interested in talking. You can hail him down again if you want, but does not stop of his own volition. Also, I'm fixing Nikhil's camera. Hold on. He's very big now.
Do we have a reason to want to get?
No, you don't necessarily have a reason to. I'm just noting that someone walked out of a wall.
So much.
Did
Magic.
did Panda?
Yeah,
drop?
Panda
It does definitely look like Panda dropped, unless he's just standing there with his hand on his eye.
right now. He'll come back.
Oh yeah, he's
His
not.
name's
He's not in
Colin.
the.
Oh,
Skype
he left
call.
the Skype call entirely. Hey, perfect time. Let's cut over to Baldrick. Baldrick's little
Yeah.
adventures as until Panda returns.
Hello.
So yeah, Baldrick, you turn back around. All of your roommates are gone. You've walked enough that like you can't see the entrance, so you just have your little map card. What you doing?
There we go.
Oh, Panda's back. Cool.
I rolled a 4.
Okay, you
for
already went ahead and
survival.
made your survival check. You think you know like the general like you can see the "you are here" on the map, and you can see the point where you need to be on the map, but it's not a straight line to it. So like you could point to the general area of where you need to go, but like there's not a hallway that's taking you there. You'll have to wind through, and you're not entirely sure how you're gonna manage that.
Well, I'm gonna walk with confidence the entire time. I'm gonna look exactly like I know where I'm going. I'm gonna be completely
lost.
lost.
All right. Let's see. You did the survival check already. So you do not make it to the artificing section with a 4 on survival. You do not make it there in any capacity. You get extremely turned around, and the farther you go, you notice that you are getting to areas with less and less students. You are getting to like the books are seeming kind of older, maybe like old editions of things. Though again, you can't really read, but you can tell that they are older looking. Are you still just kind of going confidently where you're headed up?
I'm fucking rolling. I'm gonna find
Makes
something
perfect
interesting no
sense.
matter what.
Make for me just make a flat roll. This is sort of a luck roll in a sense. I'm determining where
Okay.
you're going off of this. A 6.
That is a
Okay,
6.
yeah, you're gonna be getting into some non-incredibly helpful areas here. Make a perception check, actually.
Oh, something above 10. But then it goes
So
down
above
to 11.
10. I mean, above 10 above 10 stands.
Above 10. Yes.
But that's not really enough to notice any of the specifics of this area. You kind of keep... Yeah, actually, you just keep walking. This hallway just kind of goes. You get into sort of one hallway. You can't actually really, like, see the end of it very much. It sort of kind of curves up almost, like it's kind of a ramp. You can't really see much farther. But you walk down this hallway for, like, a good 10 minutes and just don't find anything. And again, it doesn't, like, you don't see an end. You turn back around, and you also can't see an end behind you.
I mean,
yeah,
hell.
yeah, surrounded by old books that you cannot read in a seemingly infinite hallway.
Are there any offshoots, or is it just
straight in both directions? You can make another
directions?
perception check if you want to kind of get any more information about it. Now that you've figured that out, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna make another perception check because I want to keep going. Because like, oh, Jesus, 4 for my perception check.
Man, there's a lot of books. So many books.
Just so many books.
I wonder what they say.
And then Baldric died.
I think I'm just gonna park it here, and I'm gonna start pulling books off the shelves and seeing if any of them have any pictures.
Okay, I'll actually give you that if you're looking at specific books. You notice kind of quickly, though you can't really read many of the books. I mean, some of them have diagrams in them, but like again, they're all very old. There's nothing that you really recognize. Definitely not the artificing section. If anything, this is maybe like sort of a biology, some sort of like they're creature diagrams and skeletal systems and things like that. However, you notice after a bit of doing this, some of the books are repeated. There's like copies of them in different areas, almost like the area is looping. And actually, we'll say that as you sort of pull a book off the shelf, you can see like when you take one off, farther down the hallway, way in the distance, you can see another book float off the shelf and sort of mimic the movement that you are making.
I'm in a fucking mirror vortex.
Just start burning books until someone tells you to stop.
Do you want to go back to the other guys?
Sure.
while I
All
try to
right, we'll
think of
go back to
something?
the other since Panda's back. So yeah, you guys have seen this centaur professor walk out of the wall. Again, it was farther down. He doesn't seem to have noticed you seeing him, but that's what you've seen at the moment. You don't have to do anything about it, but it is noted. It's up to you guys if you want to do anything else.
Could I try to walk into the wall that he just walked out of?
You go and you touch the wall. It does seem to be solid. It seems solid, but you can make an Arcana check if you want.
I will
Can I
make,
make one as
Arcana
well?
Yeah,
check.
you can make an Arcana check. Anyone who's there can make Arcana checks.
I got 18.
Oh,
I
okay.
also got 18. Debate
Both of you are.
Glib doesn't want to
now,
know.
You know what? This is actually funny. Both of you have actually seen this type of spell before. Specs has seen it because it was used to like lock off some secret hidden artifacts in a temple to his god. Flash used it to hide his drugs once.
Yes.
So
I've used it myself. I know what.
yeah, no. With an 18, that's more than enough. Now it is a slightly different spell. It is a better constructed one. Do either of you have any sort of counter spelling options at the moment? Actually, I think Charlie has something similar. What is? I don't remember her exact list. Hold on. What is,
I do not.
I don't think so, at least.
What range or what spell
Oh, wait.
level? That's third level. So okay, I'll have you. If you guys want to try to get through this, you can do an Arcana check as well. You can we can say help action Arcana check is a combined effort from everyone who's trying. So basically everyone gets an Arcana roll, and Charlie will help as well because she's curious as to what's going on here.
I got a 13 on that
13.
I got a
17.
17.
Charlie got a 19. Glib, are you helping or are you desperately trying to not involve yourself in this? Oh, I think he froze again. Man,
This
Panda's
is
internet
detrimental.
is going through it today. But you know what? He wasn't involving himself, so we'll say he was, intently checking out a book on the other side of the hallway, trying to pretend he didn't know you guys. However,
I like the thing that's just like tapping the wall. Just like, what's going on here?
with your powers combined, you are able to figure out a way to crack through. You don't, dispel it all. Oh, Panda's back. You aren't able to, you can kind of crack it basically. You don't you don't delete the spell fully, but with some force, you're able to thrust yourself through. So are you all going? I'll accept Baldric, who is trapped in the mirror dimension right now.
Well, I kind of assumed we were going to the mirror dimension, but
You
yes,
might be, but he's not with you.
Yes, I would like to see what further knowledge is behind these walls.
Now, somewhat underwhelmingly, as you burst through, you're still in like a very similar looking hallway. In fact, at first glance, there's nothing interesting back here, but everyone can roll a perception check.
Absolutely.
Charlie will do it as well. Charlie got
Yes.
a nat 20. She's going to be helpful.
I got a 16.
I got a 17.
Glib, are you there? I can't see if Panda's here at the moment because this camera's
I
doing
don't
it bad.
see it.
He froze.
There.
He froze again. Again, that's the problem with doing this live. But you know what? Glib's passive in the story on purpose anyway. So again, we'll say it's in character.
An origin story that just sort of happens to Glib.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
Yeah, this story is happening around Glib, not to Glib. Things that happen to Glib are later. He's just caught up in the
next
nonsense.
episode, someone should bring us up, and Glib should have just no memory. He'd be like, what? What?
I don't
I
even
was
know those
buffering the
guys.
whole episode. What?
I talked to them like twice, honest.
But Charlie immediately is able to sort of notice. In fact, she actually, she looks around at the specific books. Oh, the rest of you can tell that these are definitely older in nature. But again, the hallway looks fairly normal. However, Charlie rushes over to a specific book that she's with a big kind of like, it looks sort of like a lightning bolt, but stylized to look like it was kind of made of bones. And she pulls the book off the shelf immediately and starts flipping through. She's very intrigued by this and does not say anything immediately to you guys.
What you got there?
Oh, wait, have you guys not heard of this thing? She holds it up, shows you the cover, and the cover is like a skull and crossbones, but the crossbones are again two very stylized lightning bolts. She opens it up, and it seems to be full of music. Actually, it's a music book of sorts, which is not what you guys expected from a weird magic book.
How interesting.
Very.
But again,
What are you?
What's inside?
I thought this thing was like, is this like a replica or a fake? I don't know. This is, I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember what it's called. I heard of this book a while ago. It was like a legend thing that me and my old band used to talk about sometimes. It was like necromancy bard magic. I don't know, something crazy like that. It's again, I don't think it was
Those were
real.
3 random words.
I didn't.
Sounds
Now, at
exciting.
this point, you can tell you've seemingly somehow entered a section of the library that is not intended for people to get into. This is, I think, should be obvious by the fact that it was barred off. But this is the, once again, trope, but sort of forbidden magic section of the library that you have gone into. Glib, did you come with them, by the way?
Yes, I absolutely came with them. I'm still trying to figure
Okay.
out if I'm dead or not.
So you guys are now in this sort of forbidden section. You can do as you will, or you can book it out if you want to be law-abiding.
A random book off the shelf and open it and be like, is it all magic or all music, or is some of it interesting?
Charlie kind of looks offended. Charlie looks sort of offended at that.
Damn.
But
Don't offend, small woman. I'm sure music's fun for you. And then I want to open it up and peruse it. What am I looking at?
it is not a druid book, so it's not something that you're incredibly familiar with. But the magic does seem like it seems more powerful than things that you would be naturally familiar with. It's a transmutation book, actually. We'll say it's a transmutation book. But transmutation that is more sort of volatile. In fact, the spells are very vague on what exactly is going to happen. It's just kind of like instructions and just instructions.
Just okay.
Okay.
Wait, I know that
Guys,
it's a
I don't-
transmutation book. It was just instructions.
As a shapeshifter, I actually said it wasn't anything druid related, but as a shapeshifter, you kind of recognize the signs of something like that, but that's all.
All right, this is what I needed. This is gonna explain why I'm sometimes an animal. Sounds good to me. I just like make off.
Guys, I don't know if we should really be back here. And has anybody seen Baldric? I thought he was
He's
there behind
looking
me.
for.
Did you come with us? I thought he went to go and.
He literally
Well,
left
another
yelling
toilet
schematic.
somewhere.
This is a great...
What are you?
a great time to cut over to Baldric. Have you decided what you want to do, or you need some help getting out of the mirror maze?
First of all, I think I'm gonna do something smart, and I'm gonna roll
Arcana
an
check,
Arcana
alright.
check. See if I can
Yeah.
figure out what this is.
18. You know what?
18.
I'll actually give you. Yeah. So, while you're not the most literate of people in the world, as an artificer who has some sort of pocket dimension in his cloak, you can kind of tell that what has happened here. This is not something that was intended. The pocket dimension has looped in on itself, as if it's sort of glitched in subcapacity. The surprising thing about that is that this is like the main library of the premier magic school in the continent. That probably shouldn't happen. Did he freeze? Did my audio cut out? No, we're good. But yeah, that is you are.
You cut out just after.
Oh, maybe
that
my
shit
audio
happened.
cut out. But yeah, you are caught in the pocket dimension has broken and kind of created this spatial loop in on itself.
Break broken, huh? I have the cantrip of mending. That won't do anything, will it? Actually, no. I don't think it works on magical things.
Let me look at the specifics of it. And again, you can always try it, right?
It does not work on magical things. Also, it does not work on anything.
Oh yeah, this
larger than a
is
foot.
definitely larger than a foot.
God damn. I'm gonna look up. Are there any like air vents or something like
there
that?
There is actually. This will be good. You look up. You can see like the tops of the bookshelves. Like it's not like wall to wall bookshelf. Like you're in like a larger hallway, and there are you're going down an aisle basically, so you can see the tops of them.
Okay. I'm going to try firing firebolts straight down.
That's not what I thought you were gonna say. You're firing your gun into the floor. Oh, so you launch.
Yeah,
so you get
launch
launched
me
up.
upwards.
Okay, actually, never mind. That makes sense. I thought you were gonna try to climb it, and they're like, I shoot a fireball at the ground, and I was very confused. But that makes more sense.
Yeah. Also, the fireball will ignite anything in the vicinity that is.
We're gonna
flammable.
say that this floor is made of marble. Like it's a very nice area. We'll give you. It's not like a wooden
That's fine.
floor. There's not carpet. So, you fire your cannon into the ground, rocketing yourself up and kind of catching on to the. Actually, make a dexterity check. You can do acrobatics or athletics, whichever's higher. I'll give you that. Acrobatics or athletics.
Actually, my next is not that bad.
17
That
is
is a
fine.
17.
So, as someone in the chat just said, you rocket jump your way up and are able to catch onto the bookshelf and pull yourself up over to the sides. Make a perception check when you get up there. I'll describe what you see.
You will
A
not,
3?
because I got a 3.
You see again what just seemingly endless hallways, just kind of going off. However, I'm actually going to give you this because this is not really a subtle thing. You do hear kind of from this endless hallway or endless path of hallways that you see, you hear what sounds like a horse kind of clip-clopping down the marble from a couple aisles down. You can't see what's making that sound, but you do hear it.
I'm going to use my cannon again. I'm going to flip a little switch on the side of it, and this time I'm going to fire thunderclap.
Okay. Are you rocketing yourself again, or are you just sound blasting so that you're noticeable? This is a
just
flare,
sound
basically.
blast.
So yeah, that's smart. All right, you basically fire your sonic flare, making a loud boom that echoes a lot on the marble floored area with the high kind of arching ceilings. You hear the sound stop very abruptly before a couple minutes pass actually, and then you hear the sound stop, and then you hear it start up again much faster and kind of coming towards you. People are saying it's Friday. It's not Friday. A purple-robed centaur who looks very peeved at you starts approaching down the hallway before looking up at you on top of the bookshelf. What are you doing up there? Get down immediately.
I point behind me and say, This
Yes,
aisle
I'm well
is
aware that
broken.
the aisle. How did you even get in this area?
Walk with confidence. You can go far.
God. Do you need assistance getting down from there?
No, I'm fine, and I just jump off.
Okay, the centaur looks quite annoyed with you. Make an insight check.
Also, how tall was that? Because I am 3
Oh,
feet
it was
tall.
probably like 17 feet. Because you jumped,
Yeah.
you rocket jumped 15 feet, and I said you like scrabbled onto the top. So it was something like that. No,
So it's
yeah, I'm
definitely
gonna
not
give
gonna
you
be
a
a
little
fun
bit of
fall
damage
for me.
for falling onto a marble floor. So I'm gonna, okay, here, I'm,
It's fine.
oh,
Dies.
I was gonna give the centaur a roll to catch you, but he did not. So you take 5 damage off that.
Okay, I'm also probably gonna say that the burger is probably gonna
Oh my
start
God,
catching up to me
okay,
pretty soon.
So, you know what? I'll note that, and I'll note that. But anyway, the last thing a centaur said was
What'd you want me to roll?
yeah,
again?
insight
With
check
the
on
insight?
the centaur.
That is a 6.
Yeah,
he
no,
is my
I
best
mean, he's
friend.
maybe a little bit annoyed, but like he seems like a nice, chill guy.
He's a lad.
He goes, "Come with me." Actually, he's Actually, hold on. He make a perception check again.
Oh no, you keep on asking me to do the things I'm bad at.
Okay.
That is another 6.
He asks you, he goes, remind me one more time. How did you get in here?
Just walked with confidence, dude. Like seriously, you go good places.
He sighs and kind of snaps his fingers, at which point you notice a small circle that had appeared on the ground vanishes. It appears that he used a Zone of Truth spell on you to see if you were telling the truth about that or not, whether you got in here intentionally. Then he goes, I hate the new freshman. Follow me, I will get you out of here, we'll handle this. And then he kind of just starts clopping off down the hall. Again, he doesn't really go anywhere specific, he just sort of goes. You can see him sort of doing something with his hands as he moves on. Are you just following him, or are you going off on your own? Your call.
I'll go ahead and follow him.
So you
He seems
follow him.
knowledgeable.
He leads you out. He goes, once you're back, you can see other students walking around. It doesn't seem to be looping anymore, so you presume that you're back in the proper library, though it's kind of hard to tell given that the place is all very identical looking. Yeah.
Not the back rooms.
He goes, okay, what section were you originally looking for?
Artificery.
He kind of gives you a weird look and goes, that is on the other side of the building.
I have to say, I love that you essentially made Yosemite Sam.
He points you in the right direction, sighing, and then goes off. And presumably you go off, yeah.
I walk.
I won't make
With
you make a survival
confidence.
check because he gave you very specific instructions that were very hard to misinterpret. Unless you were going off intentionally, you're able to make your way. Cutting back over to the rest of the students, are you guys booking it out of this secret area now that you have your 2 books?
No, I'm leaving. I got my.
Oh yeah. I don't
Alright.
want to get in trouble.
So you guys head out of the area. Unless you want to do anything else in the library, we can assume that you get the necessary books and head back to your place.
Well, where's Beldrick? Did we find him or no?
I mean, no, it's he's getting his books. You can look for him if you want, but
Would they have heard the thunderclap?
you
in
know
the
what?
distance?
Actually, probably. Yeah, let's say that you did hear a thunderclap in the distance while you were in this area. Maybe that's what causes you to leave very quickly.
Yeah. We said where is he? And all of a sudden we just hear boom.
There he is.
That's probably him.
Oh, there he is. We should leave.
Time
So
to get out
you
of here.
I'm at Enos at home.
you quickly get out of the Baldric presumably is able to meet you guys at home. I think the only one who is really going to have any trouble navigating the campus is Glib. So hopefully Glib doesn't have to go out.
Oh, I'm
Yeah, I was
following
gonna
the
say-
giant.
I was gonna
That's
say hopefully
simple.
Glib doesn't have to go anywhere on his own for the rest of this session. But you guys all make it back to your dorm room without too much trouble. And Charlie kind of again starts flipping through the book. Doesn't, not saying anything, but still excited as she goes through. You guys can, if you can look through the other book if you want. You can go ahead and skip to the next day. You're back in your dorm. You can do as you wish. You don't have a bathroom.
Oh, they took the illegal books with them?
I think so.
I want to look
How many
through my
illegal
book. Is
books
there
did we
anything of
take?
interest in it at all?
Again, I'll actually say, now that you have a bit more time to look at the book and kind of figure out what it is, what the book seems to be is some sort of transcription of, like, a journal that somebody made, which maybe explains why there aren't a lot of, like, it's not a textbook. It is a reference book that somebody else created, which is why it's, like, very utilitarian and why it's, like, spell descriptions and spell descriptions only. It's not designed for teaching. It was, like, someone's personal journal that got transcribed. Does that make sense? Yeah.
This is the book from Harry Potter, the thingy.
No,
Yeah.
it's not a Harry Potter reference that I intended. It's just like very utilitarian spells, not a textbook. But sure, whatever. If it was a Harry Potter reference, I'd have to incinerate it. So
Yeah.
we have rules in this session.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Baldric gets there later, but is there regardless.
We also did the Forbidden Library and the wall of the 9 3/4 thing. Walking through the wall. So you got 2 more going too.
I'm doing them intentionally, and they're all going to get hurt somewhere along the line. The funny thing about this is it is not going to end as a Harry Potter reference. It's going to end as a reference to something else. Anyway.
My Hero Academia.
What books did we take? I know we took the one.
Unless someone else grabbed anything, you took the Necromancy Bard spells, and you took the sort of nebulous transmutation.
Does it at least have enough information in the spell description for me to attempt one of them?
For you to what?
For me to attempt a spell.
You can attempt a spell, yeah.
Alright, I'll do that.
You're just trying to go for a random spell. Make an Arcana check to see if you're capable of this at all.
Come on, I have a +4. Oh, nat 20.
Nat 20.
Right.
Okay, hold on. I have to
Oh
get
my
something.
God.
Hold on.
Why is he so good at this?
Yeah, he's
That's my
got
question.
beginner's luck as this is going on. I have to look up a thing for specific because the nat 20 is not something I was expecting. So you guys can kind of do as you this.
Specs is stressing about this whole
Yeah.
stolen book thing.
Specs.
It's like, it's the first
Specs.
day. What?
Your god has mouths on his feet, yes? So he eats
Yes.
dirt.
Well, no. The mouths just talk.
But when he's
they
walking,
don't
what
eat
happens?
anything.
You told us
Well,
you
he
told
actually
us earlier
walks
when
barefoot.
he was walking and a mouth on the foot talked to him.
Why do you?
Yes,
Start
yes. Well, anytime he needs to address the mouths on the soles of his feet, he will either sit down or
Mouths
you
go
know,
away.
lift one
Is this
foot up.
is this conversation happening as Flash is
This is-
messing with the
yeah.
spells?
As I'm reading the book, I'm having this conversation only to distract him from the fact that I've stolen the book.
Okay, so but you're like trying to do
A
the
true
spell
friend.
as you're going.
Absolutely.
As you're kind of like looking down at the thing, not really processing what's going on, kind of just hearing Specs talking in your ear and saying things every now and then, you suddenly hear him stop talking, which is odd. And looking up, he is frozen, just like mouth still open, not moving, and looking around the room. Everyone else is also frozen in the exact same manner.
Oh fuck, did I freeze time?
It certainly seems like it.
Fuck me. Alright, I look around, I wave in front of their faces. Specs is not talking, that's a bad
Specs
sign.
is not talking. Charlie's still reading her book. I don't know what Baldric and Glib have been frozen doing. I mean, I think Panda froze again, so that's fitting.
Yeah,
Panda's
clearly
actually frozen. Panda's role playing really. Oh,
I'm not actually.
Okay.
frozen. I'm just saying.
you were messing with us effectively.
No, so I was
I've just brought in a shitload of scrolls, and they're all scattered across the floor right outside of my room, and every single one, the only common feature is their drawings of things that are really spiky.
But everything is frozen at the moment.
Specs, I'm like, Specs,
Yes.
say something annoying. Do something, please. Nothing.
No.
And then I walk out of the door. I assume there's like hallways and shit, right?
Yeah.
And there's more people just frozen.
Yeah. It is a. If the spell has a set radius, you have not found it yet.
All right. I go back in the door.
You froze time for everyone but yourself. God damn it,
I go
man.
back in the door. I sit down. I open the book back up. Well, actually, no. Do I want to be mean?
Oh, you know what? I actually roll a perception check. I can do one of the little. If you get good enough, I can do a lore drop in the.
That is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20 is more than enough. I can do one of the classic breakpoints lore drops. Though you don't really know what this symbol means necessarily, you see in like as you're kind of looking at this spell, trying to figure out what it is. At the top of the page is a symbol that contains 8 circles in a rotation, and then 2 larger circles off to the sides. And the left circle of the larger 2 is filled in.
Ooh! All right, we know what one of the 10 is now. That's lit. I guess we don't.
No, you
I
don't.
do.
No, well, you don't know what the symbol means. That was a bit of lore for the theorists in the audience who want to
Well,
take their guesses.
Skeezable and/or Candy can beat this man. They'd have all of the pieces necessary to figure. But okay. So basically, I'm just like this has nothing to do with being an animal. Very disappointed at my book, flipping through, looking for a reverse of this spell.
Oh, actually, well, no, never mind. That's fine. You don't really see, like, how to reverse the spell, but after you flip through for a bit, just suddenly, like, kind of startling you a little bit, the rapid monologue from Specs just launches back into full force.
So basically, like on his hands, he can still hold things, but it's not like
Stop
detrimental
talking
to
again.
the...
Welcome back.
What do you
Nothing.
mean?
Wait. Yeah.
Okay.
What did all of you see for the last little bit?
Charlie looks up and goes, "What? It's been like
All right.
5 minutes."
Yeah, what are you talking about?
We're chill. It's
Flash,
okay.
you lie.
Everyone shut up now.
I
Right.
love that Flash is just a fucking sociopath. Like, zero empathy for any
I feel
other
like it's
human
less
being.
sociopath and more just very, very, very chill.
That's more what I'm
Yeah,
going for. That's
he's just rolling with whatever happens.
Someone also said I love that Flash in the chat. Someone said they love that Flash is annoying and coming at Specs' God. I fully just thought of like asking questions. Gotta get him, keep talking. Like I'm not getting malice in this character. It just keeps happening.
But yeah, so that happens. None of you know what happened. Only Flash knows what happened with that spellbook. Everyone else kind
I
of
wanna,
continues
like,
about their
It's
business.
incredible.
The book away from me. Like I'm sitting down and just no longer interested in that.
Scoots it away. All right, notable. All right, so unless anyone else has any things that they want to do for the night, again, I'll leave that open if anyone wants to do any stuff or explore anything or say anything, but there's no more, like, classes for the night. There's no planned things, so
Sweet.
if nobody has anything. I think
Yeah.
someone in the chat was requesting a bathroom break, and the day break is a good enough time to do that. So I think we'll do that really quick. We'll be back in, like, 5 minutes.
Is this like we go to the second day thing, or we skip ahead like 2 years?
No. This is a second day thing. This is a second day thing for now. We'll skip ahead a little bit in a second, but
The way the session's going, Glib, your ass got thrown out of this place in like 72 hours tops.
Yeah. Somehow he finds his way out of this shit very
yeah,
quickly.
you know, he wasn't there for long, but I got some stuff planned. So we'll be back in like 5 minutes, everybody. I hope you're all enjoying, and we will see you in just a second. I don't
Sounds
have a
good.
pause screen for this, but I have the starting soon screen, so I'm going to throw it back to that. All right, and we are back. Hello, everybody. Nathan. Oh, hey, wow, perfect timing, Nathan. Nathan gets here right as we boot back up. Oh, hold on. Your camera's really small, Eli. The cameras on this are always really bad. Let me make it big size so that everyone can see your horrifying creation that you've made.
I told Terry that I
Yeah, I
liked
was
her vibe.
wondering if you were referencing your again horrifying bird mask, which is
Well, you're the one who gave her a
the
fucking white
funny
plague
thing is
doctor
that was
mask.
actually planned and prepared before I knew that you were going in there. The character of Terry is set up in the intro, so that was a coincidence that I got a bird mask person when the bird mask person was here.
It's actually one of the funny things is like everybody thinks this is a bird, but it's based
I
on
can
a
tell
horse
it's
skull.
not, but it's Plague Doctor-esque.
Yeah. Ah.
You're horrifying.
She broke.
Oh no.
Hopefully in an easily fixable way. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. The jaw hinges
Okay.
are magnets, which is something I tried out and never used again
Well, at
because it
least
doesn't
it's
work
easily
very
fixable.
well.
Is everyone ready to go to day 2 of classes?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Probably.
Over there is huge. Like super zoomed in on my face.
Hold on. Wait. What is?
On the Twitch channel.
I mean,
Yeah.
My camera's like super zoomed in.
And it's got a tight medium.
here we
right
go.
now.
There we go. That's better. I'll try to fix Nikhil's. I'll balance it as we go, like I always do. Anyway, time for me to
What?
try to improvise a magic math class. Because
Yeah, what the
because
fuck?
that is mechanics of probability is I think what I called it. That's what will
That's a real class. Like I'm pretty sure that was offered at my college.
Oh, yeah, it is. I could just Google mechanics of or like a probability syllabus and read it off and see if there's one at my school. But regardless, we'll figure that out. So the next day arrives. Mechanics of probability is, of course, your first class. If you want to do anything in the morning before you begin, you are free to do so, or we can have you go back to that. What did you just? Did you just see?
He'd like to get baking and bacon.
Okay, we'll say you got such a good roll on your mushrooms last time. We'll say you have enough left. You don't have to try anything else.
Who
Yeah,
takes
Nat
mushrooms
20
as
so
a
far
bacon?
have been
That's
getting
so-
high and stopping.
You got, and he just found them too. I like the use of the term "found." Anyway, it's a fantasy world. We'll say that's easily doable. Regardless,
Wait, Matt. Now that I did the spell once and stopped time, and I got. Can I do it again?
you will have advantage on the check if you want to do it again, but you do not get an auto success because you kind of got it. I mean, you did get it by mostly luck, but now you kind of know what you're doing, so it will be easier if you do it in the future. Regardless, you guys head to your mechanics of probability class, which is it is actually in the wizarding school building, which is the first time that you've been there. It is the most stereotypical. It's the wizard school. It is again a more stereotypical, not Hogwarts. That way, I don't have to set it on fire. But it looks like a big kind of a fantasy building, but with steampunk elements, like I've kind of described this whole city as having. So you arrive at this building and you go to your class. Who do I want the professor to be for magic math?
Make it one of the bows.
A GIF?
Yeah.
I could actually use actually wait, no. I am gonna use a Spellfinder race, but it's not Spellfinder, Spelljammer, mixing it up with Pathfinder. It's a Plasmoid. It's a Plasmoid professor, so it's just a big
Sick.
actually, when you enter the classroom, there's just kind of like a blob sitting in a chair behind a desk at the front of the room. Like there's no discernible limbs or head. There's just sort of a mass just there.
A blob or a blob? That's
Oh yeah, not blob, a blob, not
blob.
the blob, a blob. You can get a very big Nathan face. Let's make that smaller. There we go. But some of you have introduced yourself to professors before. Are you introducing yourself to the blob, or are you just kind of hoping that that's going to be fine? Yeah.
I'm going to the back this time and sitting though.
So,
Same.
Charlie's also going to the back. Does not seem to be enthused about this math concept.
Always in the
Specs,
front.
however, sits in the front, but is now isolated from his roommates.
Sad.
As the well, I guess there wouldn't be there's not bells in college, but as the time of the class rises, a little alarm on the desk goes off, and suddenly the plasmoid, as you now know it is, kind of snaps together into a more humanoid shape very abruptly, kind of sending like a little jiggle through its gelatinous body as it stands up.
Nice.
How do plasmoids talk? I don't actually know. I could go get my
Like you got something.
I meant
in your
like
throat.
literally how do they communicate in the lore. I don't actually know if they're
Oh.
like psychic.
In the lore, I don't know. I haven't got my
but,
books yet.
but they're in the other room, and I don't feel like running and getting them. Let's look this up.
Elaborate
It's
science.
like Kermit the Frog.
Does everyone? I mean, sign language is a thing in D&D now officially. Languages. You can speak, read, and write common. Okay, you know what? We're gonna say that since they can speak, some little like the organs of this creature are visible within itself, and one that kind of vaguely resembles a mouth sort of floats into the head and pops out to the surface, a little bit higher than a mouth should be, like on the center of the face, not in like an unsettling way, but just enough to make it weird. And just kind of begin speaking. How much of a weird blob voice can I do? Maybe I shouldn't have done plasmoid. I already did muffled. You know what? Actually, what if I just make it like a really weirdly normal voice? Yeah, that's an easy way out. That's still funny. Out of this, jiggling mass of organs and cytoplasm, just hello, class. Extremely monotone, extremely boring.
That is the most terrifying thing I have ever.
Who
Bueller.
picked a bad class?
Listen, I need to not be dead in a week. This is so I cannot die. You just gotta hold on with me with this one, man. I'm sorry.
I am your professor for this Mechanics of Probability 1 course. Thank you for enrolling. I am sure that you will all find it a very engaging and entertaining semester as we explore the mathematics behind the magic of the natural world. Specs. I am aware that some professors like to take the first day of classes as a getting started day where we go over the syllabus. I prefer to jump right into the material. Therefore, you will have homework assigned for tonight. A third little like cytoplasm arm kind of sticks out of the back of this thing and starts writing on the chalkboard, beginning with equations that have not been explained yet and you do not understand in the slightest. Lots of variables, lots of things. I mean, imagine math, but with magic in it, so it makes even less sense. I want everybody to roll just a flat intelligence check. No modifiers on it, just flat int.
That is a nat 20?
Jeez. I got an 8.
I got a 4.
Glib has no idea what's going on. Specs is doesn't get it, but in the classic Specs faction is optimistic about understanding it later. Baldric for
The fucking idiots get it.
for all of Baldric's not caring that much about school, a lot of making explosions that will be big and nice without killing you is math based, and so the principles are kind of rattling around in his gnome dwarf head. Flash does not understand why everyone else looks so confused. This makes so much sense. This is just very intuitive for whatever reason. Maybe it's because he's high, but whatever.
No. Can I pull out a little bag of mushrooms and I see Glib struggling and I slide up to Glib.
I am allergic to all
Transcendent.
fungus. This will not help me.
Glib is allergic to fungus apparently, so it's up to you whether you take it or not.
It's going to poison you. That's the point. That's how this
You
works.
don't understand how unlucky I am. This will poison me and it will fuck my brain. This will not help.
me. I
Both
cannot
of you
take
roll a
that.
stealth check for passing drugs to each other in class.
Each other? He did it. That wasn't me.
Can I roll a stealth check to take it?
Sure. Okay. If anyone who wants
Yes.
to be involved in this, roll a stealth check. Charlie's gonna do it too, actually.
That, for the record, I got a
I
4
saw.
on past it. I would love if he like reaches over and just grabs.
Okay.
I got a 10 to grab a
What did
grab a
Glib get?
piece.
Charlie got a 16. We'll see what the professor.
Wow,
We'll see
okay.
what the professor gets.
Where'd
I'm
you
rolling for the professor. Oh. The professor like immediately sees this. Immediately sees all of you except Specs. Except Specs
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
passing
Absolutely.
the
Get out at the front.
Yes, we're not with Specs. Specs is
Yeah,
away
yeah.
from
The
us.
Specs is isolated from this. And then kind of just like everyone at the back, everyone in the back row, please see me after class is completed, but doesn't acknowledge it for. Yes.
Give me a second.
If
These
you're
are
about to
snacks
win,
I brought
I'm
from
eating
home.
Big basket,
I
I
don't-
swear to God.
I need you to stop talking, please. These are snacks I brought from home. Saying I can't eat them is discrimination.
Deception check that.
That's true. All of that's true.
Not the
I
discrimination
can't
part.
do that is
Make
discrimination.
you,
That is a
I might have
21.
allowed you to do it if you just said snacks I brought from home, but you're not going to say it's discrimination if I can't take shrooms
That's
in
a
class.
21.
I feel like that's going to get clipped. Anyway.
Oh no, wait! You guys have never been to art school.
We're going to send Momo these clips, and she's going to be so confused, because she manages the TikTok, and she's not going to have any idea what happened. Anyway. Oh my god. Dirty 20. That is one lower. One lower. Okay. The professor kind of, looks, he goes, still see me after class and we will get the permits worked out, but I'm sure we can provide necessary accommodations.
Thank you.
So, unless you would like to, go through the rest of the math class, which I know people are going to say yes, so I'm just going to veto it immediately and say, no, we're not, I'm not improving the rest of the just math class. You go through, you continue through this. Oh, I guess I should make up a name for the professor. Professor Newton Isaacs. And then...
Wow.
Oh my god.
And then, so yeah, the class finishes. You're all supposed to go up and see Dr. Isaacs before. I'm assuming you're doing that and not just booking it out. You can try if you would like. Specs, are you leaving
I
as well?
very confidently walk up, drop the mushrooms, and I'm like, I got these from outside my house. They are mine. My family grew them.
I guess I need to ask, Specs, are you waiting for them? Or, are you waiting outside? Are you just booking it? Are you going with them? What are you doing? Okay.
Yeah, I'll wait outside.
Specs is waiting.
I'll wait.
So everyone else is there. You got it. You beat the persuasion check, but Dr. Isaacs looks up and he goes, "All right. What about the others? Is this an accommodation that is necessary for them?"
They're gonna have to answer that themselves.
Charlie,
I just heard that it was really good, and I didn't know it was against the rules. I'm sorry.
either a persuasion or deception check on that, based on what you're trying to do.
That is a 18 with persuasion.
18?
That is just an 18.
Again, a professor
I'm just
got a
trying
17.
to get off with a slap on the
Professor is
wrist.
just barely believing you every single time. Charlie's kind of gonna say the same thing. Actually, she kind of elbows Flash when you say they have to answer that for themselves, and kind of gives the same. I was just offered a snack. I didn't know it was anything, notable.
There is.
Also,
I'm allowed
actually,
to
is
snacks.
fine, amazingly. Glib, you're gonna have to cover yourself as well.
I'm not gonna call them a snack because that's a lie. I'm gonna say, listen, I just said I didn't want
Okay,
them.
so you can persuasion that because that's the truth.
If I'm accidentally the reason Glib
That'd be really
kicked
funny.
out of, I swear to God.
Oh no. Oh no. That was a reaction right there.
I didn't mean for this.
A 5.
That's gonna be a 5.
Oh.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast
Wait,
Thunderclap
why
again.
are you casting Thunderclap? Okay,
Distraction.
Go!
So what happens is Glib just says he didn't want any, and then the Dr. Isaac just kind of goes, well, from what I was seeing, it certainly seemed like you boom. What is
Jesus.
read,
Oh my
read me the
God.
description of Thunderclap?
Oh, that is a Constitution saving throw
For everyone
to
around.
take. Yeah, for everyone.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Do
yeah,
it, man.
for everyone.
I got a
Just
9.
Like in a 5-foot square, just everyone in like a small area.
Okay. I'll do. What's the necessary save?
13.
Ah, fuck.
Nope, that's fail.
Specs. Oh, and Specs is outside. Specs, you do hear a loud boom from inside the classroom for what that's worth. As for the rest of you, everyone is knocked down, and if you take damage, that's on Eli to roll.
It is a 4.
4 you all are knocked down, including Charlie. I rolled for her. You all take 4 damage except for Specs. Notably, the plasmoid body of Dr. Isaacs just kind of like splats against the back wall. And there's just a horrifying second as he's just kind of like scattered across the blackboard before
I just want to ask.
Hmm?
We're all level 1, right? Are we level 1 or 3?
3.
3. Okay,
3.
thank fuck.
No, I gave you 3 because while
Oh.
technically you should be level 1, level 1 is boring, and I didn't want to, I wanted funny things to happen, so I wanted to give you more than one thing.
Can I cast silence on him?
On
Eli?
yeah, on Eli, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Before you do that, I do want to make it a point to move my cannon from my pocket. So my right pant leg is just completely gone.
Okay.
You just fucking fired it?
I'm really tempted to like force Glib to make some comment about not being caught dead without pants or something like that. Like,
Dude,
I
cover
really-
that shit up. Holy hell.
I really.
I'm also going to try to run out of the room and bring Glib with me.
You think you are being such a hero right now, and you almost killed our teacher, and maybe killed our teacher.
no,
and are now running with me.
After a moment,
Fine.
Dr. Isaacs oozes himself back together, and is just detention for all of you. I know that's not a thing in college, but I'm going to make it a thing because this has never happened before, and I'm quite disappointed in your actions.
How is one of the party members that we have a literal school shooter multiple times over?
Probably no one
This
would make
is-
that joke.
Oh my god.
Hey guys, have y'all seen the play The Breakfast Club?
So
Cannon.
so yeah, the I guess actually not like you have to, all of you have to report to like the disciplinary board or whatever I haven't gotten in trouble that bad in college. I don't know what happens. I'm gonna make this up.
I have no clue.
Yeah, I wasn't implying any of you did. I don't know if anyone had. Let me know what happened. But you all have to report to the disciplinary board later that day. So that was how Specs, you just kind of see, I guess, Eli or Baldric just book it out of the room. You hear the blam, and then he just books it.
Holding me, by the way.
One bare, very hairy, slightly singed leg.
What is going on in?
And I'm still there, right? So I just wait for the teacher.
I mean, he says you can go after us telling you to report to the disciplinary board. At that point, it is time for your next class of the day, which is your transmutation course.
Oh wait, that's.
What'd you say?
Let's murder a teacher. We go to our next class.
It's a magic school. Things happen. Usually not firing a like pants cannon and destroying your teacher.
Big of a room is our next class. Can I
What'd you say?
ask? How like it's a big room?
That's
next
actually
class?
a thing that is notable. Everyone roll perception as you go into your next course.
Got 17.
17. That's actually good enough.
10.
Say it with me now. 3.
So only flash, which actually kind of makes sense.
Asinine.
Okay, yeah, Glib didn't get it either. Only flash, which kind of makes sense. You do notice that this room that you're in, which is back in the wizarding, or actually wait, no, this is in the this is in the wizarding thing. This is not in the druidic room, or in the building. You notice this room does seem to be built to accommodate larger creatures. Interestingly.
But like lengthwise, we could. Like,
What do you mean we good? What?
I assume we're good. I assume it's big enough. Point is, I want to walk in, like I was saying earlier. I want to walk in. I want to cast silence specifically around him immediately, so no one within 20 feet of him can make a sound.
Okay, yeah. So that wait, on Eli you said, or on Baldric? Yeah.
Yes, on
Then okay. Notable.
You're like, we're not doing that shit again. You cannot do that again.
And it might actually matter in this course because after a few minutes, you kind of figure out why this room and the podium at the front seems to be sized differently as the professor walks in right as class begins, and it is a very familiar centaur who all 4 of you have seen, but in some cases for different reasons. However, Baldric is also muted right now, so Baldric is not really going to be able to explain that. But not that I don't... He might not in any way, but you know. However, this centaur does notice... He doesn't really notice the rest of you, because he just kind of like passed you in the hall. He does notice Baldric, and you guys kind of see him like...
It's okay. It won't be any trouble today.
We're gonna be all right.
Charlie kind of leans over to Flash and goes, "Just making sure you didn't bring that book, right? The one that you didn't take?"
No.
Okay, I'm just checking. I don't...
The book does weird things. It's staying in the room.
At that, she looks kind of confused. What weird? Did you use one of the things?
Yes.
What did it do? When did you use one?
We're in class. Don't make me silence you too.
She kind of just okay, and sits back.
I'm
in her...
sitting next to her, and I'm like, did I just hear that he fucking used the book? What the fuck did he use the book?
I don't know. I didn't. Did you see him do anything?
I am the most paranoid motherfucker here. You think I would notice if somebody did some shit?
At this, I would like to lean over again, like very annoyed, and just be like, "Fine, I paused time, okay?"
You did fucking what?
Everyone settle down as from the front of the room as class starts. Teacher kind of gives a glare in your direction. He does not seem to hear the specifics of what you were talking. Actually, let me roll a perception check. No, he doesn't hear the specifics of what you were talking about.
As soon as I heard that he paused time, I'm immediately like I'm looking all over to make sure I'm okay. Like that nothing happened.
You are as okay as you normally are. I imagine there's various cuts and bruises just kind of passively, but nothing new.
There's scars and bruises everywhere, but I'm just like, do I remember where I got
Nothing
that?
new.
Okay, that's...
I want to lean over Charlie again and just be like, "I find this very offensive."
The professor, Charlie shuts up, not wanting to mess with time stopping in front of the person who maybe is most likely to know that you stole the book. The professor seems very annoyed, just kind of passively. He seems like a frustrating person. He goes, "Welcome to Transmutation 1. I will be entirely honest with you. I would much rather be teaching one of my other more advanced classes at the moment, but the university has saddled me with you freshmen, and I will deal with it as easily as I can. I am Professor Garrock."
Cool things.
Just letting you know right off the bat, I do not want to interact with you. I would like to interact with you as little as possible. If you have any issues, you can take it up with one of my teaching assistants. My office hours are minimal, and we shall get through this semester as quickly as possible. Is everyone all right with that? Does anyone object? He gives you a death stare for just like a minute to see if you put your hand down, and I'm assuming you don't. She's like,
No.
"Yes."
Sometimes I'm a wolf. I was told this school would help with that. What is that?
Are you in the druidic program?
That is what the creepy little bird told me. Yes.
Then it is probably druidic magic.
All right. No need to make me sound stupid. It's an important
No,
question.
believe me, you don't need me for that. And then he goes back to his lesson plan. And goes, all right, this is going to be a very simple class of basic assignments and basic quizzes. I'm going to have you... Actually, I should ask first. Does anyone have any experience with transmutation magic? This is, the DM asking what's on your spell list. Any sort of transmutation or, like, creation spells, anything like that?
I can
Glib has no interest in transmuting anything ever.
Got it.
I can turn into the wolf. That's
Okay, yeah,
it.
you can turn into a wolf. But nobody else does. So, Garrock continues on. Again, he does not seem particularly interested in this class at all, as he made extremely clear. He does not want to be here. And he kind of keeps, like, shooting a couple glances at Baldric. I guess I should... Is Baldric going to cause any sort of commotion, or is Baldric being good for now? Okay,
he's
Baldric's
zoning
not
out.
paying attention, which is completely fine with the teacher of this course. He does not want to be involved. That says,
Although I am very curious as to whether or not Flash turns into a very large wolf.
I like to think so.
That's good. At least we're following
Yeah.
conservation of mass.
Well, it says in the druid thing, when you shapeshift, it says that, like, anything that could be transferred over to the animal realistically, like, is. So I feel like being humongous would.
I'll have to check the rules on that, but I also don't care that much for a rule of cool one-shot. So sure, you can be a big wolf. I don't care, whatever works. You can be a large-sized, a proportionally, a wolf that is proportionally sized to a regular wolf as you are proportionally sized to an average person. Garrick continues this course. Actually, I guess, how much are each of you paying attention individually? I think I know the answer for Specs.
Yeah, Specs is devoutly paying attention.
I'm also paying attention.
Flash.
Bex is a good boy. Flash wants to know.
Yeah, this is the class that Flash came for.
I'm actually paying a lot of attention as well. I just don't look
so
like
everyone's
it.
paying attention then, except for Glib. I'm taking
Glib's
it.
zoning
Glib
out.
is the only one
Glib's
who is
zoning
not
out.
paying attention. So, you kind of, get... Garrick seems a lot more interested in, like, theory than practical application. He's not teaching you any spells at the moment. He's teaching you, like, principles of spells. Whether that's because he is more theoretical as a person or because he just does not want you guys to actually know magic is kind of indeterminate from this class. Regardless, he's not a very good teacher.
I like this guy.
So the class ends very, unceremoniously. However, he does ask at the end anyone with any sort of transmutation experience, which would be Flash, to stay behind very quickly for like an extra sort of briefing.
This went so well last time.
So Flash and a couple of other students, none of you guys, I'm assuming, because none of you have it in there, stay behind after class. He kind of looks you over and goes, I am obligated by the university to say that if you need any assistance with any transformations or possibly undoing any that have caused any problems, that you can see me in my office hours.
I get it. Okay.
Do not, unless if there is an active emergency, I would recommend going to someone who is more qualified to handle psychological distress than I am.
Yeah, no one here has any psychological problems. Am I with people?
There's a couple other students there that are all kind of nodding. I don't know if we're saying anything.
Hey, Prof, hypothetically, what would pausing time have to do with transmutation?
He kind of like looks at you. Goes, is that relevant to anything we discussed in the lecture today?
It's relevant to my life, isn't that what you just said?
I thought you could turn into a wolf.
I can do multiple.
You can also
things.
stop. What do you? Please explain to me what you just said. He seems to not like believe you. He thinks you're messing with him.
All I want to know is how related is the stopping of time to anything having to do with transmutation?
I'm gonna give him an insight check on that because he did see you near where he left the thing. Okay, that's a not bad insight check. I need you to roll an insight check as well to see if he sort of notices anything, or if you notice that he notices anything.
Either persuasion or something. Though.
Are you asking, or are you like trying to sort of be manipulative about it? Because if you're just asking about time stopping after he saw
I'm
you,
just asking.
then yeah, you don't get to roll for that.
All right, so
Yeah,
just
insight basically to see if he noticed.
All right, well, I got a 9.
Yeah, no, you don't really notice any sort of reaction from him at that. He still seems to think that you're messing with him. So he kind of just pauses and goes, any sort of temporal manipulation is far outside the scope of this course. I'm sure you can handle that in your upper level classes if you have any problems.
Okay. I see why you don't like this course. We don't seem to learn anything relevant.
He kind of grimaces at that, still not liking you very much, but hey, he doesn't really like anybody that you can tell, and sends you on your way. Were you guys waiting outside for him again? That's kind of your call if you want to meet up there or meet up.
Yeah, we
somewhere
have
else.
to we have to go to a disciplinary board after this. So
We can meet you at the disciplinary board.
I also am very prone to dying, so I am not leaving the sight of most people I know.
Yeah.
I'll wait behind. I tend to not have that many friends.
Yeah, I wait behind.
Charlie will wait with you. She's kind of just vibing. But at this point, yeah, it is time to go to the disciplinary board, which is in the administration building of the university, which is much bigger and much fancier. Obviously, like, it's designed to kind of impress diplomats and people who are visiting the city. It also actually appears to be, like, kind of function as the city hall as well as this the town sort of grew up around the university. So you go in and there's a help desk of sorts that can direct you. There's also a map somewhere on a wall if you just sort of want to go and figure it out yourself where you're supposed to be.
I go to the help. Hello, I'm the person who is being discriminated against for my local snacks. I am told I have to meet here for some attempted murder of a teacher.
The person at the desk kind of like seems as you say the sentence, the professor, or not professor, this is just a secretary, goes from like confused to concerned at the end, because I don't think I have anything like that scheduled or in the system. What exactly what happened?
And I'm thinking we could lie. Just turn around.
It's up to you guys. You can try what you're the one talking. You can try what you want.
I want to whisper to, I don't know, whoever's nearby of these people. It's like, I don't think they have us. Maybe we could go.
Roll a stealth check to say this in front of the person.
Oh man,
How do I feel if they?
Did you say nat 20 or nat 1? I heard nat something. Nat 20? Okay, yeah, you know you say this at a time when the receptionist, that's not secretary. The receptionist is like looking through his files trying to find something, like looking through scrolls and stuff. So they do not notice it.
Great.
I got a 7, so I responded really loud.
I think we could go. I agree.
I'm gonna say that flashes kind of counts for everybody. So are you just leaving?
Well, I just said
yeah.
it.
No,
I
mean
was
you
hoping-
said it. What's the reaction after you say it?
Well, what are the other two going to think about?
Yeah. What I'm asking. What are you guys doing? This is down to the part of what are you doing?
You think that if we just
I mean, I'm
leave-
tempted to throw another thunderclap out and run away.
Okay.
I don't like
you think
that
that if we just leave, you think they're just gonna give up? That you tried to kill someone.
We're not on the schedule.
No.
We have the class with that guy in 2 fucking days. He knows us.
He's gonna say, "Did you go?" And we'll say, "Yeah, we weren't on the schedule."
You think none of these guys talk to each other?
It's a big school.
Charlie kind of pipes in and goes, I mean, I don't really like. We can say that we asked the receptionist, and he didn't know what was up. I mean, that's not a lie.
They're not ready for us. That's not on us.
They can like say the truth. That's true enough.
We tried.
We really tried.
All right.
All right.
Is Specs objecting to this at all? I feel like Specs is not on board.
Specs
Oh,
isn't
okay,
even
Spe-
here.
okay, Specs
he did
didn't
not
go.
get
Right,
sent to
right,
detention.
yeah.
So
Specs
he's
did not
back
go.
in the dorm.
Specs is a good boy, damn it.
No, we're going.
I was gonna say that Specs tagged along just to be nice, but if they're ditching anyways,
Noted.
he went.
I am
That's
reluctantly
little-
saying yes, only because I'm like, I don't want to be the one left behind that's gonna have to snitch. Okay.
Let's just- I turn back to the receptionist louder. I go, "Thank you very much for your time. There seems to have been a misunderstanding." Oh shit.
The receptionist kind of like, I assume you start to walk away at that. The receptionist kind of like, well, hold on. Did you say something about attempted murder? If that's what.
If it's
I just call back, no offense intended, but and then exit the room.
So all you guys leave.
I put my hood up. I'm not saying
Glib-
anything. I put my hood up and I'm just trying to hide.
Glib gets out without being.
question. Is it the same hood? Does your face turn dark and
It
your
is.
eyes turn red?
Okay, the face turn, the eyes turning red is the being cursed. It is the same hood, but it's not. It doesn't do anything. It's just a cloak.
Same cloak, not magic.
Yeah. Okay, dude. Matt, can I give them
I got
like
your
the...
text, so I know about that. You can say what you want about it if you would like, but
Okay. This is just kind of flavor text about the cloak. It doesn't actually do anything for it. It doesn't stop any damage or anything, but Glib's parents put a seal on the cloak that it's technically invincible, kind of the same way that Stick is. It doesn't actually stop any damage or help him in any way, but the
Oh, just the
cape can't
cloak.
be-
the cloak itself
the
is
cloak
indestructible.
itself cannot get destroyed. That's it. It's because Glib had such bad luck growing up that all of his clothes would end up getting ruined in some capacity.
Well, that also
So he
aren't you literally too slimy to wear clothes? Like what's
He has the mucus that comes out of his skin is acidic and burns through most
But
fabrics.
yeah.
yeah.
So
What the
yeah,
fuck?
Eli doesn't
so
know.
the
I gotta get to.
Take some scrapings.
so he has the cloak is technically invincible, and that's why it's the same cloak.
Anyway, I had to leave for a sec because Alexa started playing music.
Nice.
But where-
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, you guys have left. You don't have anything scheduled for the rest of the day. You can kind of do what you want. You guys are. It is up to you guys if you want to mess around with the books or like go and look for something else. For now, you are clear to go, and we might do a time skip here as well if there's.
Wait, find Specs. I want to go back to the dormitory and see Specs.
All right, so yeah, you guys are good going back to your dorm.
Yeah.
So you return to the
Alright.
dorm. Specs is there studying, I'm assuming.
I want to sit
Yeah.
down next to Specs. You're 3 feet tall, right? I'm like 10.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
Specs, you were into all of this religion, power, God stuff, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Have you ever seen this before? And I grab the book and I point to the thingy with the 8 and the 2.
You can make a
Can I
check.
make
Yeah,
a
you can make
check?
a history check, or actually religion's a check. Make a religion check. I'm assuming that's a high stat
Come
for
on,
you.
baby.
23?
It is. That is a
Yeah,
23.
you do actually know what this is.
Damn.
You don't know like the exact origins of it, and you have not seen it with the 2 symbols on the sides before. But you have seen
Okay.
the 8, and you know that it is something related to an interpretation of gods, but it is not an incredibly common one. That's pretty much it is.
Right.
Yeah. So you don't have a lot of super helpful information. You know that the 8 things is connected to god abilities in some sense, but the 2 on the sides are something that you have not seen before.
I basically relay that in a Specs fashion.
Which one of these would correspond to your God?
Yeah, you probably don't really know.
I just know that they do correspond to certain things. And I'm like, it's actually quite similar to my god Vaktan, where his left arm Darius is the keeper of hate, right arm Uman is the keeper of bliss, Phoenix keeper of fear, Bog keeper of bravery. It seems like these circles are all different holdings of different powers, different themes.
Right. And if one was lighting up when I cast a spell, you would think that means what?
I would think that means you're probably drawing power from whatever that
At this point,
sector is.
Charlie comes up and goes, "Is this the time thing you were talking about earlier?"
Possibly.
He said something
Time?
about stopping time, and then class started, and he shut up and wouldn't tell me anything else.
Big dude
Well,
apparently
we
stopped
were in a
time
public
yesterday.
setting. If I have to trust you all as my roommates, I recently froze time.
That's very interesting.
I'm still like nervously looking around the room to see if any negative things come from this. Like, there's no way I got out of this safe.
Your toilet is not intact. That's the only negative thing you can see, and you know that wasn't from the time stop.
I don't know how to undo it. It seems to just undo it by itself. Or Specs is
Are you trying to do it again?
Start talking. I can show you. Yeah, I'll try to do it again.
I doubt you'll be able to show us if we're going to be stopped in time.
You're gonna make a roll with advantage this time because you have done it before.
What is it? What is the roll?
I believe it was what I think I just did like flat or Arcana. I'll say it's Arcana. I don't know if that's what I said before, but
And I get advantage?
because you have done it before,
Alright.
you don't really know how it works, but you know how to replicate.
The first roll was an 8. The second roll was also an 8.
Yeah, you do it.
Wow.
Nothing happens.
Did
Did
it work?
you
Yeah,
do it?
No.
nothing happened. So
No, it's not working now. It used to work. I did it once.
Charlie kind of pipes in.
Right.
I think you might have just been high, dude.
I have a point.
Oh, this is one of the times I wasn't high. That's why
Are
it's
you
relevant.
sure? What time of the day
I'm high
did you do
now,
this?
motherfucker.
Okay, I just want to know. I mean, what time of the day did you do this?
Oh, maybe that's the problem.
Was it-
Maybe you need to sober up and then you can do it.
That might be it. That might be it. Maybe
That's
you're
a good-
remembering it as a hallucination because you're high right now. I wouldn't be able
I
to
don't
tell you.
know what high is.
I don't. I'm allergic to everything. You think I can't have these things? I don't know, man. I'm throwing out ideas, okay?
I'm sorry. You're being a team player for once. I should not be mean to you about that.
I want everybody. Listen, I want everybody to make an arc. Actually, no. We'll make a perception check. Make a perception check.
Ooh. 15.
16.
17.
17 and
Wow.
5. Charlie's not paying attention. She's trying to figure out what this she's looking around the room trying to see if anything changed. Like if time did stop and just she didn't notice because she wouldn't notice. So she's trying to figure out if it did actually work. The rest of you, however, you hear a little buzzing sound outside the window of your common area. It's closed at the moment, but you hear like an odd buzzing noise. There is a small, what seems to be like a little robotic bird that is hovering outside your window, like a little robot hummingbird
Fuck.
that quickly flies off upon being spotted.
Fuck.
Wait, how far is it? Hold on.
I mean, it's a hummingbird. Like it sees that you saw, and then it books it.
Guys, I think we might be in a bit of a bind here. Did y'all see
We
that?
weren't doing anything. It was
What?
so weird with this
You
rule.
read from a book that we stole and
I
stopped
read from
time.
a book.
You
That's
can
not
make an
illegal.
Arcana check if you
That
want.
we
Actually, make an
stole.
I want everybody to make an Arcana check. Oh, no.
That is a
Nat 20 for Charlie,
Stop
so she
pulling
gets.
the trigger, got it, Jen.
Dirty 20.
Charlie
17.
did not see the bird, so she kind of like looks up and goes, "What are you all looking at?"
Mechanical bird. We were talking about the stop time thing, and a mechanical bird was outside the window and flew off as soon as we
Was
noticed
it
it.
like watching us? Because like when he did the
I
thing,
think.
like this, I don't think the spell worked. I've been checking the room. Like I don't think anything's changed. Everything seems the same. But like there was like a.
Mhm.
Did anyone else feel like the little magic burst? Like there was something that happened.
I got a dirty
No,
20,
You
did I?
did.
Okay. I think. Yeah, I think. That might just be anxiety, though.
No,
I get that
no,
a lot.
there was like a thing. Like, do you think the bird saw like or felt the thing, like the time thing? Was there a time thing?
Maybe could it? Can it do that? I'm not the technical one
You said
here.
it was a robot bird. I don't know what robot. I'm just.
There's a tiny little mechanical robot bird. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know.
Okay, Charlie and Glib are just yelling at each other at this point.
Can I try this?
Guys, there's no.
Yeah, you can try, but it's moving pretty fast.
I want to try to cast Dust Devil.
Okay.
It's a second level spell. It's an area of effect, and it's a strength saving throw to survive it.
It's an area. Okay. I'll give it a bonus for being tiny. Oh, I got a nat 1. So yeah, as Charlie and Glib are yelling at each other, Baldric kind of like tracks where the bird's going, and suddenly like a little like poof of tornado appears. And the bird clearly gets caught up in it and kind of thrown and smashed to the ground outside. It doesn't...
It takes 4 damage and
it doesn't seem to be, like, broken, like it's not shattered into a million pieces. But, like, it's not moving anymore.
Out the window after it.
That's what I was
what floor are we on?
Yeah, I never told you what floor you were on. I'll be nice. We'll say first. We'll say.
If we're on the first floor.
Okay, so
jumped out of the 3rd floor.
So they jump out the window and go in and look at the bird. It is a small mechanical hummingbird. You can't really. I guess roll an Arcana check on it if you want, but.
Yeah, I'll do that.
23.
23.
Flash is just really naturally good at things that he has no reason to be naturally good at. So
bad at Arcana checks.
But
he's the chill stoner dude. They're usually good at everything. So.
Baldric, you are able to easily pick this out with your artificing skills as pretty obviously a scout drone, and one that was trained to search for like they're scout drones that look for magical sources. And so it's pretty obvious that this thing was probably looking for whatever sort of time magic Flash cast and scouted onto that, and then was going back to report on what it saw before you stopped it.
I step on it.
Crunch.
I already did it.
You can like dexterity check to sweep it out, Baldric, if you want.
Holding it.
Oh yeah, he was inspecting it.
He's
actually.
big.
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
He's like 12 feet tall.
I'm sorry.
That's not that big of a deal.
So, Baldric was holding it. It makes sense to say he was holding it to inspect it. So he has it. You don't. I'm assuming you don't stomp on his hand.
No, I really thought we were just both looking at it, and I was just. It's a scout drone, and I was just gonna step on it. But if he's holding it, it's fine.
No, I'm gonna go and take it apart
I'm
very
assuming Charlie and
delicately.
Glib are still yelling at each other when you guys crawl back through the window, I guess.
I think the exaggeration of yelling at each other is a bit extreme. I'm just desperately trying to be like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell
Let's
you.
say that. Regardless.
Specs is trying to calm
as this
him
is
down.
happening, they crawl back in the window holding a tiny broken hummingbird robot.
Holy shit, you got it! Holy shit, you got it! What is it? What did it do?
Oh, I told them
You
what it
communicate
did.
what it did.
You just knocked it out of the sky. You picked it. Is it?
I mean, we are on the first floor apparently, so it's not ridiculous.
Well, it was hunting for magic stuff and looking for that book that you guys stole.
You say you guys very liberally there. I was not a part of that.
There.
Objection to that one.
That book that you guys stole.
Charlie pipes up at this and goes, I think we should put the books back, guys. I want to put this one back.
Oh, do you think we should put the books back?
Yeah.
We go put the books. Okay.
We should
Here's
absolutely
the
put
thing,
the books
though.
back.
If we put the books back and we run into somebody, they'll know we have the books.
Someone is obviously scouting us for the books.
I think they know.
We've got the scout. If there's someone in that room, what do we get caught going in, and we get caught with the books.
Big man, listen to me. Someone sent that bird to us, and then it didn't come back.
You're right.
That
What was the name of the
Garrett.
goopy teacher?
What
was the name
Oh, the goopy
of the
teacher.
goopy
No, the
teacher?
goopy
Garrett?
teacher was Newton Isaacs.
Yeah. Newton Isaacs. Let's go hide it in Newton Isaacs' office.
No.
You do know that this is the only person that can help me not be this, right?
I mean, he seemed pretty unhelpful to me. Let's frame him.
You
Nobody's gonna frame
him.
anyone.
We'll put books back, but we're not framing the man you almost killed.
Charlie
I
kind of
did
edges to the
nothing
door.
of
She
the
goes,
sort.
I want to put the book back. You don't have to come with me. I'm just going to put it back.
Great, Charlie.
No, I'm not taking yours back. I'm not going to get caught with two of them.
I duck as soon as he throws it. I'm just like,
I'll take
Okay.
the book back. If nobody
Specs,
wants to take the
thank
book
you,
back, I'll take the book
Specs.
back.
Thank you for being helpful. Is anyone else coming?
listen, I would
Scouts?
get caught. This is a terrible idea. I cannot come with you. I will get caught. I will fuck this all
Or-
up. I need to stay.
Or
I need to
you
hide.
could be a distraction.
Glib.
You seem like you'd be good at that.
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
Ooh, I hand him all of the scrolls that I took that I can't with them.
This is a good plan.
If Specs is going, he's the only like good person I know. I'll go make sure he doesn't get in trouble.
All right.
I appreciate
all right,
that.
so
I just return these, right? That's the goal. Just return the scrolls.
Yes.
That's a distraction.
Okay. Okay. I can do that. Yeah. I got this. I'm fine.
Listen, Glib, I know I preach a lot, but Vaktan has been in a very similar situation where he was scared to conduct a plan, but there's nothing to worry about. Thedix is the keeper of fear, and Bog, the keeper of bravery. They're both on the bottom of the feet. You know why?
Okay.
It's because
Specs.
both fear and
Specs.
bravery will
Specs.
cause a man to run.
Specs.
But the difference is in the direction, Glib.
Specs.
The difference is in the direction.
About disassembling the bird.
Specs.
I would have picked Specs up as he's talking.
I
Just
like
staring
that
at him.
imagery of everyone walks away one by one until it's only Flash and Specs, who then just picks up Specs and keeps going.
I love also Glib's being Specs. Specs.
It's really quite beautiful when you think about it, because it's all
As
these
Specs
Specs.
continues speaking,
Specs.
I assume. I like the idea that he just starts like proselytizing when he's nervous. So you guys head back to the library. It's getting late, so there's not as many people there, but there are still some like studying into later into the night.
And we stole these yesterday, right?
No, it was yesterday.
Or
It was the
earlier
day
today.
before. Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
So what are you doing when you
Okay.
get there? Are you trying to go back to the exact same position that you were in?
We probably need to split up because I'm a distraction. I probably shouldn't be with
Yeah.
them.
You
Is there?
something distraction. You can't just matter-of-factly return scrolls.
Listen,
That's not going to cause any sort of
I don't
distraction.
think you understand how fucked my existence
All I'm
is.
saying-
Something will go wrong.
Just make this.
How big is this book that I'm?
Are you holding flashes, Specs?
Yeah, unless Flash opted
No,
to take it.
I'm walking behind.
It's a large book, but it is normal book sized, like large, not comedically large.
Okay.
Let's say that.
Okay, not comedic.
I'm walking. It's like real body vibes. That's what I'm thinking.
I'm
Both
just-
Charlie and Specs look guilty. They're carrying stolen books. I'm just
Hey,
big.
we don't know if they look guilty yet. You haven't rolled stealth checks.
I'm gonna have this book in between two religious
Okay.
books that I grabbed, just to kind of look like I have things and not
So
just
everyone
an
who's
illegal
trying to
book.
be sneaky as you go in, roll a stealth check.
I feel like that should happen.
I didn't have good stealth.
I am explicitly only trying to return these
Yeah.
books.
So you
That
don't
is the goal.
have to then.
I got a
I got-
19.
A 9? Okay, you're actually all of you are amazingly good because the first perception check against you rolled low. So you continue onwards. Again, are you? We'll do what Glib's doing in a second. Are you going back to the place where you were?
Yeah.
Yeah, wherever that centaur
So
walked
I
down
guess
the
Specs,
wall.
roll a history check with advantage to see because you guided the first time. See if you can guide again.
Yes. Wow. 12.
12 with advantage? I mean, that's honestly
Yes.
fine. You can be assisted too, so we'll say that's good enough. It's above a 10. It's above average. I'll take it. So you make your way back to the hallway where you saw the professor going out of the wall.
Cool. Do I remember the spot in the wall?
No, we'll say the 12 doesn't get you that specific.
Okay. Can I make some kind of
You can.
perception?
Everyone can do an
or
Arcana check. Let's say that to see if they can find a magical thing. Everyone who's there, so not Glib, unless Glib is going with you.
I'm not there.
I got a 19.
Oh. I got
a
a
19 is actually good enough. You don't sense anything, and not in like you rolled low. There's you can't find it. Like you look pretty thoroughly. You cannot find the portal that you went in.
Specs, I got some bad
God.
news.
Yeah,
It
where's
seems
the door?
to no longer be here. My guess is that
What do
it
you mean?
moves.
Oh God. Baktan, please help me in this time of need. The difference is the direction. The force for both of you had regulated force for I just
I want to back up again. Keep moving.
So I gotta go. Like I don't. Okay, this is where we saw the centaur guy come out of, though, right? Like this was the bookshelf.
The door has got to be. This is me just talking, so I don't think I need to roll for if I'm right or not. But my theory is the door moves throughout this gigantic place.
There's a way to solve this. You have the tools necessary to solve this puzzle. I'm not telling you. You have the information necessary.
I do have something, I think.
If you're lost,
No,
you
I
can
don't.
roll an insight check. All right.
I'll roll an insight check.
I will roll an insight check.
I got a 7.
A 7 and a 5? Oh, 17?
17.
While you don't necessarily know this as in character, I will say to the party, remember, one of you has sort of found the back door into this place before.
Yeah, but he's
Is
not with
Baldric
us.
not?
No, he's dissecting the bird.
Oh, he's still dissecting the bird. I thought you went with them. Okay. In that case...
Nope. Although I was considering making an Arcana roll to repurpose the bird for my ends and have it follow.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you can do that if you will. I misunderstood. That's my bad. I thought you went with them. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that is a 7 to try and repurpose the bird. So I don't.
No,
think
you
I'm
are
successful with that
not good
tonight.
enough to repurpose the bird.
I do love the vibe here of like, not to actually reference Harry Potter, but like the Marauders, but bad. Like we're all first year shitheads, but we're trying to do
since
cool
I
things.
misunderstood, I'm gonna repurpose my plans on the fly here. And you know what? This
Oh, God,
seems
was I
like
necessary?
a suitable enough way to do that. We'll cut back to Glib. Glib, you're at the desk, kind of waiting in line for to return these scrolls. When Professor Garrock kind of walks up alongside of you and goes, "You're in my Transmutation 1 class, correct?"
Yes, yeah, I am.
Returning some scrolls. What might I ask? What are the content of that?
I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, Professor. These are actually my roommates. I'm just pretending them to be nice.
Let me assist you in finding the correct section then. And he kind of like puts his hand on your shoulder a little forcefully, and sort of takes you
back of Glib's head. It's just fuck.
And kind of starts guiding you off.
Thank you, Professor.
As you know, we'll say that, as this happens at the same time, but you don't know this, of course. The bird that Baldric is working on suddenly snaps back together. Just, it's like fixed. There's like a little flash, and it's fixed. Yeah, and it starts just sort of fluttering off.
Matt, I swear to God, if you transform Glib on his literal second day for something he didn't do, I'm going to be so mad.
Oh, no. I got like half an hour, a little longer, and I'm going to do some fun stuff in it.
Oh,
I am
okay.
in my bedroom messing with the bird too. so I'm not sure how it'll
okay,
get
yeah,
out.
it just starts thunking against the door if there's no active exit.
Okay.
I
I
love
think
that
I'm
they,
just gonna sit
You
there
can
and
just
watch
watch
it
it
for a
and then
while.
chill there.
I love that they, that's cool. And just watching it thunk into a
Like
Yeah,
a fly
I
to
get-
a window.
Let's see how this
I
acts.
get to do some stupid stuff here at the end. I'm excited. As you guys are, we'll save that one for a second. But after a few moments of you guys trying to figure out where the door is, around the corner comes Professor Garrock leading a very, very stressed out Glib over to you guys.
I immediately take the book from Specs and stash it in the nearest
Just
bookshop.
kind of
Like,
shoves
just
it in
put
there.
it away.
Charlie actually does the same, seeing that, but that seems like a fair enough way to do it. But Garrock,
Ooh, can I tie a string to the hummingbird and then let it loose and follow it?
yeah, you can do that. That was smart. Giving yourself a
Okay,
way to
yeah,
follow
I
it was
do that.
a good idea. So we'll cut over to Baldric as he's going. Baldric starts following the bird. The bird is, unsurprisingly, I think, heading towards the library. Makes some twists and turns along the way. It kind of cuts you through some alleyways and things. It seems to be taking a shortcut that you're not really familiar with. At one point, you pass, just some random students. You pass a boy with very distinctive round glasses and a lightning bolt scar on his forehead. And a second later, you see the custodian sneaking up on him with a flamethrower. So you think probably just best to leave that one alone, and continue following the bird all the way to the library. And we'll get to that in a second.
I love
What the
vision
hell?
of this custodian just. Stay still, you little bastard.
Just hunting a small child with a flame. Honestly, I don't even question it. I just go respect. Good equipment.
You're just like, hey, where'd you get the flamethrower?
He's just sitting
Like,
there with his
wait,
magic, lights the
we're gonna-
front of it, and is just staring him down.
He kind of just looks at you as you go by and goes, "Move along." As you move on, we'll cut over. Someone also asked how they spelled Garrock. I'll put it in the chat really quick for anyone who's curious as this is happening. It actually spelled weird, but there's a reason for it.
Oh god.
Wait, hold on, I spelled it. There, it's actually spelled with 2 G's, which is an intentional thing. Anyway, so there's how you spell Garrock if anyone was curious. But Garrock kind of he sees you putting the books onto the shelf and goes, "There's no need for that. I already am well aware of what you've done."
What do you mean? I grab a different book off the shelf.
Dude.
Come with me. And he walks into a wall.
Professor, what do I do? What do I do with these? Do I just do it?
I don't
with,
just leave them on the floor. They're random scrolls. That's not important.
Okay.
They are not spiky. Thank you very much.
I guess I follow him.
Oh, Specs is freaking out, man.
I'm gonna leave the banned book out in the bookshelf.
Oh wait, are you taking the forbidden books with you, or are you just leaving them there? Garrock turns around. He goes, "Bring the don't just leave the bring the." And he kind of just gestures for you to grab them.
All right, fine. I put the other book back.
Get the forbidden book out. Charlie grabs hers as well. A few minutes later, the bird that Baldric has been following leads him into this. Well, actually, Garrock kind of takes you into this chamber. You start going down a hallway, which is different, a different looking hallway, a darker one than you were in before. And a couple minutes later, Baldric kind of rushes in. The bird flies right into Garrock's hand, just kind of lands there, and he sort of puts it back into a pocket in his cloak. He goes, "Welcome, you're late."
What are we doing here, Professor?
It is a very
Who's late? Sorry?
This is a very complicated business to explain on short notice. Let's see. You enter a larger chamber as he starts speaking. Terry is actually also there. Terry is kind of sitting in a
Terry!
chamber, or in this larger chamber. It is a cave-like. I don't want to call it a bat cave, but my brain kind of goes to bat cave. It's a large, more natural-looking cavern with all sorts of magical artifacts and strange things in it. Terry, what'd you say? Yeah, everyone is together now. Terry kind of looks up at you and goes, "Oh, hello, everybody."
Hello, Terry.
Terry!
Garrock kind of gestures to several chairs that are around this round table in the center. He goes, "Sit."
I take a seat.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I put my hands like this way. All right, everybody.
Glib incredibly nervously like touches the seat and then sits down.
Someone said, "Who is Terry?" Terry is the advisor that gave them all their class schedules and stuff. The Kenku, the plague doctor Kenku. I want everybody to roll a perception check here. 18? Okay. This is more of like a casing the room one. It's not one where you have to get a lot of
13.
I got it.
Yeah, you're all fine. You notice while this room has a lot of magical artifacts in it, at sort of the back on higher pedestals, there are these 6 sort of canisters. Well, not really, like, I don't know, like glass domes, you know, with these things in them. In each of them, there are 5 of them. I think I said 6 a second ago. I meant 5. Each of them containing books. And the books are all glowing with colors that mirror those of the school. So red, blue, yellow, green, pink. They're all there. No, they have not been addressed yet.
Ooh.
Pink is paladin and cleric. Basically, like any sort of religious caster is pink. And Garrock kind of sits you down and goes, "There's a series of very complicated ancient prophecies that, to be honest, I do not want to explain to you now, as it would take far too much time. They will be explained to you later. But it revolves around a group of people who are destined to inherit a set of abilities that I believe you might be." Nikhil's laughing. Why are you laughing, Nikhil?
Because she's got one right, and the rest of us are fucking NPCs.
A series of...
Oh, that's hilarious.
Do you know anything about the founding of this town?
No.
I didn't,
Stranger,
did
man.
not expect you to. Long ago, there were this area, this city of Bowenburg was founded on a very specific area. This, for whatever reason, is highly magically charged with the different natural spirits. The area was originally discovered by 6 survivalists. They were adventurers exploring the far eastern area of the continent, rangers, all of them, and they discovered this odd power as they were searching, and it sort of spiraled from there, leading to them forming this academy to study it, which eventually became Bowenburg. And the Rangers was the original founders, yes, but there were many more that came in afterwards.
You fucking dick. I swear to God.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah. Red, green, yellow.
And that fucking castle over there isn't a goddamn reference to nothing.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about whatsoever. It's a total mystery to me. Regardless, guys, these powers have been passed down from generation to generation several times. And given your unique abilities, we figured that you might possibly be the ones to inherit them next, and you found the secret entrance far faster than we were expecting you to.
Well, to be fair, we watched you leave it. You're not very
However,
subtle.
you were able to find this area of the library, regardless, which should be enchanted so that only certain areas certain members can get into the area.
That one I don't have an explanation for.
Walk with
Yes,
confidence.
you dwarf gnome, you went to the wrong area entirely. I don't know where you went, but you ended up here regardless.
I'm sorry, you were expecting us to find this?
We were not
place?
necessarily expecting you to, but finding this area is one of the key elements of the prophecy, and it happened to you faster, so I would have strongly preferred a group of more experienced students, possibly older, not you teenagers with attitude, but we're going to work with it.
I don't have attitude, I'm just high currently.
Regardless,
Wait, is that an acceptable excuse? Because if that's an acceptable excuse, me too.
I like that line. If that's an acceptable excuse, me too has very, very good energy.
Oh my god.
I can't believe that when you started this at the end of like last season, everyone was like, "Oh, it's gonna be Power Rangers, but with God stuff." And now,
Oh fuck, that's what this is.
Did you not?
Did you
Did
just
you not realize that until just now? I literally said the line.
Rangers?
I said the line.
I didn't
I
watch
said
Power
the line.
Rangers growing up.
Anyway, regardless. Look. When this episode is
glad I got
over,
it
I will say
eventually.
all the hidden references. There's several. Regardless.
Oh my god.
We will get to that in a minute. Garrock kind of turns to you and goes, "So, you're too young to accept this power now, but when you are older, if you all prove to be worthy, you shall each be bestowed one of these." And he gestures to the glowing books behind him.
Motherfucker.
I want everybody to roll an Arcana check here.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Nat 20.
What is with
I don't know
you?
why
Okay,
that
hold
works.
on, hold
That's
on. I have to
fantastic.
deal with something really quick. Hold on.
Matt, I swear to fuck, if you make Glib both a god of death, a vampire, a frog, a wizard, a warlock,
Oh, no,
and now a Power Ranger in the next fucking
Panda.
session, I swear to God.
Hold on.
I don't think this is different. I think that just the main crew is the like legendary people.
We're just
Like
gonna...
the powers
Oh
they're
my
ascending
God.
to are the god shit. Like, so you're ascending to death shit. They got one right.
Hey,
the three of us aren't gonna
we'll
do
get
crap.
there when we get there. We'll get there when we. I forgot everybody's Arcana checks because I had to deal with something real quick. What was everyone's thing?
I
Nat
got
20?
a nat 20, Matt.
14.
I got a
23?
23.
Okay. So, Flash, you are drawn to the green. Well, you're all drawn to the books of the colors that your school is. So Flash is drawn to the green book. Baldric is drawn to the red. Specs to the pink. Charlie to the yellow. Glib, what did you get again on your thing? 14. Okay. Glib is drawn to the blue. However, just noting, Glib, when you look at the book, you feel like a slight rumbling almost. But that's all that I'm going to say about that for now.
I don't like this.
So,
I don't like this.
Charlie especially seems very excited about this. She's into it. She's into getting some sort of magic power. How are the rest of you feeling? You
I don't
got
like
anything
this.
to say?
No, I don't like this. I'm not doing this.
I'm down.
I don't want this.
I am excited about magical power. I am nonplussed about it being a book.
I don't want this. I don't want this.
Yeah, I think anything to help him, continue Vaktan's sort of the deal would be good. So I think it's cautiously optimistic.
My parents said to find a reason that I'm sometimes a wolf.
Yeah, that's
It seems good
Glib
enough.
does not want this. He does not like or want any of this. He is very against this.
Yeah, Glib has nothing to do with, or wants nothing to do with the mysterious power
I don't
that's
want
being
this.
offered. So are you
This
just
is some
are you
incredible
just saying
cosmic
that right off,
irony.
like out loud?
Yeah, no. As soon as he's like, no, you're destined for this, da 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 da. And I stare at the book and I feel a rumble immediately. I'm like, I don't like this. I don't want this. No, I don't want this.
Glib, I've got two things that I can do for
No.
you right now. I can put
I
you
don't
to
care.
sleep,
I don't want this.
or I can put you in another little dimensional pocket where you can hide.
Don't make
for a
me
little
do
bit.
this.
Or I
Garrock
have
kind of
much-
speaks up and goes, "You do not have to accept this if you do not want to. To be honest, you seem like a very
I don't accept
you seem
this.
like a very underwhelming choice. So I am perfectly fine if you do not want to. If all of you would like to
I don't
skip out
care.
on it, I would not argue with that. We can wait for the next prophecy."
Oh, I'll take it.
Oh fuck you! I'm game. And
You
I grab
can't.
my book.
They're in
I get-
canisters yet. You're not able to take them at the moment.
He was smart about it. He made sure they were sealed.
Yeah, they're
Just put
sealed
my
at the moment.
hand. Sir.
The book kind of like
Yeah.
vibrates a little bit and glows a little more, but it does not seem to open. At this point, Terry speaks up and goes, "You're not experienced enough yet, but you'll get there. Trust me."
Interesting.
So why are we here?
What are the canisters
They're
like?
they're made of glass,
Are you gonna
but they
try
might.
and shoot it? You motherfucker!
they're
Are you
made
gonna
of-
try and shoot
They're
it?
made of glass, but probably enchanted. Like you can tell that they're probably enchanted.
Ah, shit.
Clap on it.
You cast Thunderclap on it. It does not break. It is very obviously magically enchanted, presumably by either Garrock or Terry, who both of them seem to be more experienced in magic than you. Garrock kind of speaks to him and goes, and that is exactly why you are not allowed to have the power yet.
So what are we doing here then?
If you accept this offer, which again I would be perfectly fine with you not doing, you will begin some special extracurricular training with myself and Terry, as you are trained to wield these abilities.
I'm sorry. I'm very pro getting new power. I like that a lot. But was the only requirement watching you leave a room?
Again, I will explain the details of the prophecy at a later date, but there are many things that have led to you being here.
Well,
Many things
I mean,
in
it was
Bornberg seem to
either-
be fated, but we do not question them.
Well, it was either watching him leave a room or getting really, really lost in a library, and I don't know which one's
I mean,
worse.
getting into the room, really,
Yeah,
because he said you weren't able to get into the
it was
room.
getting into the room, and if in case you
Yeah, but he also told me that I wasn't able to get lost the way I did either, and here we are.
you basically got into an area, like you got into the room. That's actually the thing. Like Baldric got into the secret space. He just used a different way. Like which kind of implies even more that it's like like if you get in, that's like the way it works. Because Baldric wasn't even with you, and he got in.
Oh, I'm gonna be honest. I thought that wasn't even involved. I thought Baldric was here now because he followed the dumb
No, because
thing in.
he
and
also got into the sort of secret space that you weren't supposed to be able to.
Interesting.
But what you're saying is I'm really good.
So yeah, basically, you're fine. So at this point,
Nice.
Garrock kind of turns to Glib and goes, "You're free to leave. Don't want anything to do with this."
Okay. Immediately, turn around. I leave immediately.
As for the rest of you, we shall begin your training tomorrow. Arrive here, and we shall teach you the specifics of these abilities. And on that note, we're gonna time skip. We're actually gonna time skip here to the glib part of things, the final sort of glib part of things. This is several weeks later, probably a couple months later, actually. Everyone but Glib has been training in your new abilities under Garrock and Terry, who are, you're progressing in your magical skills quite effectively as you're getting more specific training and also maybe have some new powers to access. However, Glib, you're not getting any of this.
No,
you're not getting a bit of it. However, you are still in Garrock's class, Garrock's transmutation class. And after a couple months, you are in the. It's time for midterms, basically. Now, before midterms are over, like the class before midterms actually happened. Garrock kind of asks you to stay behind after class. Glib, no one else. I'm assuming you do so.
Yep.
So Garrock kind of takes you aside and goes, "Yes, Glib, I'm not going to lie to you. You're going to have to do very well on this midterm to pass my class. I am incredibly happy that you did not take my offer earlier in the semester. You do not seem very capable of this sort of thing."
I'm sorry. Is there anything else that I can do? Is there anything extra that I can do?
No, I just wanted to make you aware of it so that you did not cry in class when you saw your failing grade. Garrock is a very bad teacher.
Yeah. Glib is a very sad man, and Garrock's a dick.
Garrock is the worst. Now, I will say, though, as he says this, you feel a rumble that you have not felt in months that is very similar, somewhat, going back to the book that is waiting for you below the school, as if it's sort of signaling to you again.
Gotcha.
But that's it. He kind of dismisses you. He just sort of... He's a jerk. He just wanted to let you know that...
Be an asshole.
Yeah, no, he hates you.
When I leave, Also, are we going with the original origin that the midterm is just a conjure water spell, like a super simple transmute water spell? Okay.
Maybe there's a couple more questions on it, but one of them is that. There's like a couple, but that's like a key part of it.
All right.
It's not a hard midterm is the point necessarily. For the rest of you, all of you will be able to handle this easily. You're already past. You're easily past this in your own training.
I literally.
It's like you could fail everything from here on out and still get like a B.
Yeah.
You're like at that stage.
I literally put create water in my spell.
Yeah, you're fine. You're all good.
Did they allow me to? Did they allow me to take the exam verbally?
Let's.
Right. You illiterate. Forgot about that.
Terry has been teaching you to read very, very slowly.
I would love.
Oh, I forgot. You said dyslexic.
Yeah, I'm not illiterate.
Right,
I'm
right.
incredibly dyslexic.
I forgot what it was. Oops.
Baldric also gets kicked out, just is not turned into a frog.
They make it work. They figure out a way for you to take the exam verbally in some sense. Actually, it's a spells thing. It's like probably a practical exam anyway, so that's actually fine. Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
So I leave incredibly defeated. As I am walking back to where the dorm is, I kind of glance over at where the library is, because maybe they have something in there that'll help, because I need to pass this to continue, and this is the only chance I have at not being a walking fucking a walking destruction cause.
Roll a perception check here.
Okay.
Oh, and I should note, this is also, remember, this transmutation course as well is in the blue school. Like, this was, like, it was one that Flash wanted, but it is one that is in your major track as well. So, it is an important one.
17.
17?
Panda's been running nonstop from anything even remotely dangerous, like returning books. But now he's going to be like,
You hear this sort of...
I need something.
You hear this rumble again, but it almost, like, you can barely maybe pick out some sort of, like, words in it. It's just kind of like... But you can sort of sense it's maybe some sort of speech.
Okay. So... I'm gonna explain Glib's thought process right now, because he said I needed to fucking ace this thing.
Yeah.
And I have not been paying very close attention. Yeah. So I'm thinking I need to go above and beyond. I need to do something no one else would do. And I have a very specific... What's the word? Benefit that no one else in my class, aside from these 4, do. So I'm thinking that maybe I can find something that's even more impressive in that room that no one else will have access to. That I can use on this test to actually continue on. So I'm following the feeling that I'm getting, the rumble that I'm feeling. I don't like the rumble that I'm feeling.
Yeah.
It obviously is not good, but I know there might be something in there that can help me.
The rumbling, unsurprisingly, leads you to a familiar section of the library, but roll a perception check as you get closer.
Okay. That's a 4.
A 4, yeah, you don't really notice anything as you go. It seems it's, fairly easy to make your way over there.
Okay. All right. Slowly, make my way to the forbidden section.
You make your way to the
yeah. No, yeah. I go in and I start looking around.
You make your way to the forbidden section, and you are again able to find the entrance to the sort of lair as it stands. Now again, you have not been there in months, but the rumble kind of gets louder as you approach. There is no one there actually. The books are still in their canisters. It seems that while your friend's power has advanced, they have not actually gotten the books yet. But the blue one is glowing much more brightly than any of the others. And the rumbling again gets louder and sort of more constant as you approach it.
Okay. Glib is very cautiously trying to avoid it. He's not he doesn't want whatever it's giving, whatever it's screaming at him. He doesn't want it because that is scary as shit, and he knows better at this point.
At this point, you're close enough to the book that you can kind of like hear what's like what it wants. So you can hear this voice, so it's still kind of garbled. It seems that the voice, whatever it is that you don't know, it seems frustrated, not necessarily at you, but more at Garrock, and you kind of get the sense that like it's annoyed that it is the only one that has not been sort of given an avatar, and it wants its avatar back.
Okay. I'm just kind of observing it. I'm not going towards it. I'm scared of this fucking thing. Glib is actively scared of what this thing is doing.
Roll an insight check.
Okay. We're continuing with the unlucky streak. That's a 6.
6. The book seems like it really doesn't seem to have any sort of harm going towards you whatsoever. Like it seems again, it wants to to share its power with you in some capacity.
Okay. Can I scan around, just not like pick through every single book, but like look around and see if there's any other option for something that'll help me?
There are plenty of other sort of magical artifacts in this area, a lot of magical weapons especially. None of them, like, this seems to be a lot of combat-based stuff, which is not what you need.
Right. Okay.
Lots of powerful stuff,
in that
just
case,
none of it relevant.
None of it will actually help me. All right. In that case, I'm going to go up and try and remove the glass case from the book.
You touch the book, or the case around the book. It starts rumbling a lot more, and then just kind of stops. Like, you touch it, and it gives, like, one big rumble, and then just calms down.
Okay. I try and remove the case, because I know it's magically something or othered. I know something's up with it.
The case actually does not remove. It seems to stay fairly bound.
Okay. All right. So I put my hands down. I'm like, well, fuck. Okay. I step back, and I continue to look around what's here, because I can't open the case.
A moment after you turn your back on the book, you hear a crashing sound and a loud and feel a gigantic tentacle wrap around your stomach, pull you backwards, and you black out.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
When you wake up, you're back in your dorm room.
Okay. Immediate panic. Just wake up and... How the fuck? Where the hell am I? How the hell did I get here? What? I immediately check myself to make sure that I'm, like, okay, no bruises, no scars, nothing.
You seem weirdly fine.
Finer than before, or just fine?
You seem the same, as if sort of you didn't do whatever you just did.
Okay. All I'm thinking was that, did I dream that? How did I get here? I walk out into the common area to see if anyone else is here now.
The rest of your friends are all kind of sitting out there looking at you concerned as you just sort of screamed.
Yeah. Hey, how did I get home last night?
For the record, for those who did not see, you were out training last night. But Glib didn't. Interestingly, was also out until like after you guys had gone to sleep, so none of you saw him. But none of you saw him leave. None of you saw him go in. Like for all you know, he was just in his room the whole night.
I assumed you were busy.
None of you saw me come home?
I didn't see you leave.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Why? What's up?
Nothing. No, don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm gonna go. I'll see you. I'll see you guys later. And I'd like leave. I'm like, okay, this is weird. I don't like this, and I fucking dip.
Everything seems remarkably normal. Like, you don't get any sort of odd vibes for the remainder of the day. And unless you want to, like, do anything weird, like, everything seems fine up to the midterms.
Okay.
So,
Interesting.
All right.
you enter the midterm, like, the room for the midterms. Garrock gives you kind of a stare as you walk in. Roll an insight check on it.
Shit. $16.
It seems like he gives you kind of an angry stare. Kind of just the normal angry stare, because he doesn't like you. He doesn't seem notably suspicious, which is odd.
Yeah. Okay.
As the midterm...
I want it known, Glib is very visually fucking weirded out right now.
Garrock kind of seems to just attribute that to stress, which, he's expecting. The midterms begin.
Understandable.
Everyone kind of goes up to the front of the room, does their spell performance. I guess, just for note, everyone else, Flash, Baldric, Specs, rolled an Arcana with advantage just to see how you do on the midterms out of curiosity.
Heyo.
Charlie's fine, she passes. You're fine,
I
you
got
pass.
18.
You're fine, you pass.
Sheesh.
What was...
I got
Okay,
19.
all of you pass fine. Glib, it eventually gets to your turn. Nothing has changed. Again, it's time.
Okay.
Your turn goes up to you manage to kind of flounder your way through the first few spells in the list, but then it comes to Create Water, which is a spell that you always sort of struggled with.
Yeah. Okay. I go up to the thing, trying to get prepped. Slowly stick my hands out and try and do the spell.
And the spell...
Very hesitantly.
The spell appears with flying colors. You actually create sort of more water than you were intending, but not in a bad way. Like, it looks very intentional. Like, you were kind of flexing a little bit. Everyone looks stunned. Garrock especially. Like, you performed the best in the class.
Also me as well. Face just fucking...
Garrock sits there for like a solid 30 seconds before just like... You pass with an A+.
Okay.
As...
Cool. Yeah, okay. All right.
I assume you kind of book it back to your seat, and as you do, Garrock kind of leans in, goes, see me after class.
I'm sitting there in panic, ears ringing, tinnitus sound, the whole rest of the class, just fucking trying to get my head around what just happened.
The class continues onwards, and afterwards, when everyone is filed out, Garrock is like staring at you, obviously waiting for you to come and see him.
Okay, I go straight up to him, because I'm like, slowly, shakily, hesitantly, because I am very sure I did something wrong.
Kind of like looks you up and down with... I'm very curious. How exactly did you manage to perform that spell with such effectiveness?
I just tried my best.
He leans into you and kind of like looks you up and down and goes, I would be convinced that you returned and stole the book without permission, yes? Or at least I would be saying that if the book were not still in the chamber. He seems very confused. And again, he says...
Okay, and I am...
equally confused, I'm sure.
Confused and terrified. I'm trying not to reveal that I was even there. Just...
As you... Make an Arcana check really quick.
Okay. That's a nat 1.
Nat 1. You have absolutely
Wow.
you cannot, like, you don't feel any sort of thing that he's doing. He goes,
Nothing.
so you did that spell of your own power, yes?
Yep.
I'm detecting a large amount of alternate magics on your person. I do not believe that that is coming from within you. You have very, very little aptitude for this.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I just did what I could.
He kind of like, I mean, he's a centaur, so, you know, he kind of like leans back.
Right.
He doesn't like sit back, but he kind of leans back. Goes,
Mm.
you have been a thorn in my side for this entire semester, either by your interfering with the prophecy or just your sheer incompetence. So I feel like I need to make some sort of drastic measures here.
I don't know. I don't think that's necessary. Drastic action isn't. Nothing's wrong,
Mr.
right?
Glib, do you have a last name? Putting Panda on the spot here.
Murphy.
I want to play the freaking... Okay, yeah. Anyway, Mr. Murphy. I've literally been watching that show, like, the past week. That's a hilarious coincidence. Anyway, Mr. Murphy. You do still have the potential to access this power of the this book that I really do not want in your possession, both because of your lack of natural aptitude and clear willingness to undermine academic integrity of my course. Therefore, I am making an executive decision as the mentor of this program.
Okay.
I regret to inform you that I will be, well, you will see. And he kind of like, he starts
What?
casting some stuff that seems
What are
more
you doing?
intense. He goes, I'm not sure if this will function as intended, but perhaps if I alter your form sufficiently, you will no longer be suitable for the prophecy and not be able to access the powers.
Alter my form. What are you doing?
I will, well, I'm not going to lie. I will make it probably incredibly awkward for you, but it is for the good of the entire continent, as it were. And he continues casting the spell.
What is happening?
And as he does this, you feel your form begin to shift, shrinking notably, becoming more slimy. The arrangement of limbs staying largely the same, but the shape of the limbs themselves changing drastically, turning you into a frog person. He goes, to be honest,
Fantastic.
I don't know why I chose this specifically. I just have never seen any attend this school, and I have seen many students, so I wanted something that would be far away. He seems really
Glib
matter-of-fact
is
about this, by
petrified.
the way. Yeah, I figured.
Glib is fucking horrified. He is almost silent with fear and disgust of what he is now.
By the way, I know he's also a vampire, just for people to know. I'm making the executive decision as the DM. We're not going to get into the vampirism part in this episode, so that if we ever need to, we can do a Glib origin part 2. That's the origin of the second half of what he is. So we're extending...
Also, surely his clothes all melt off.
Yeah. His
as
clothes
this
also
happens,
melt
right?
as this is going on. Gorak just kind of like... It needed to be done, unfortunately. Again, the power is too risky to have in the hands of such an imbecile.
What did you do to me? What did you do to me?
As I said, alter your... I've already explained it many times. Go. Get out of here. I don't really care where you go, ultimately.
Glib is just on his knees on the floor, just staring in awe. He is in shock
and
right
again,
now.
Gorak does not care. Like, he is creepily uncaring about it. Very obviously, like, sociopathic in stark contrast to the emotional breakdown that Glib is going through. He does not care. I should also note, no one else is present for this. So Flash, Baldric, Specs, Charlie, like, they're not there, and we'll probably get lied to about what happened.
Well, I assume if we're following the pattern, we're waiting.
Oh,
for
yeah.
him. We've waited every time someone else.
Oh, in that case, if
Held
you're
up.
waiting, if you're waiting, Garrock just kind of like goes, "Are you going to just sit there on the ground and be in all of this transformation? Well, maybe not all, but you understand what I meant. How long are you going to sit here? I have another class that should be arriving in moments.
Another class? Change me back! What did you do to me?
You're going to make this more of an issue than it should for me, I see. I just want to get rid of you ultimately, so I suppose that's what I'm going to do. He claps his hands again, and a portal opens on sort of the side of the room. It seems to lead somewhere like on the outskirts of the city. A not nice area on the outskirts of the city. Kind of gestures through it. Goes, go, get out of here.
Are you kidding? Is this a joke?
He does not even respond to that. He goes,
I'll fucking kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you.
He actually, like, that is the first time you have ever heard him laugh. In months of teaching this. And it seems genuine. The first laugh you have ever heard from him.
Okay. Glib is still mortified. All he did, change me back right now, I swear.
He kind of like steps back behind his desk, like seemingly getting more and more steadily annoyed as he waits for you to leave, dismissing every threat just without even acknowledgement.
Can I get up and accidentally call my god now?
Oh, sure. This will be funny. Okay, yeah, I like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to summon my god on accident for the first time.
So,
and just, I swear to God, I will kill you! And that's the first time eyes glow, room dark, immediately.
Here's the unfortunate thing about that, right? We had already established pretty effectively that Glib's god doesn't love him. Here's the reasoning why for that. The god, the room darkens kind of, fairly intimidatingly, but again, Garrock doesn't seem particularly worried about this. However, you hear this booming voice clear in your head for the first time. It goes, my avatar.
Immediate, even more fear. Just fucking panicked and looking around in complete
in this
disarray.
Immediate breakdown upon hearing this. You sense a lot of displeasure in your avatar's voice. It goes,
this is not what I was expecting. What is this small, weak thing in front of me?
Who is that? Who is there? Who's talking to me?
So this is what you have bonded me with. Pathetic. I was expecting more.
Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. He's covering where his ears used to be.
Yeah.
And just fucking bawling up on the floor. Again, I'm not leaving. I am panicking right now.
So many decades in waiting. What a disappointment.
And then the line cuts off. Garrett kind of looks up at you and goes, but it seems from that my plan worked exactly as it was intended. I believe that shall be all. And he raises a hand and telekinetically hurls you through the portal. Just like smile on his face that his plan from his perspective works great. The god doesn't really want anything to do with you anymore. He hurls you through the portal. You like crash into a bunch of garbage bags in this alleyway. And Garrock kind of like gives you a very small cheeky wave as the portal closes.
Oh my god. Glib can't do anything. He can't move. He can't feel his legs right now because he's just scared and anxious and terrified. And I think he's just going to curl up where he is. He has no idea where he is right now. And just kind of curl up and wait.
And I believe on that note, that will be the end of the very tragic origin of Glib. Though I will remind anyone, and let anyone else know if they're new, that at the end of last week's main episode, the team rode a magic horse through a portal into the main courtyard area of this school. And I'm actually going to cut over we're gonna do like a little mini sort of end scene that is taking place at the end of last week's episode, where very shortly after this strange magic horse appears, out of seemingly nowhere, a few minutes after this passes, 4 very colorfully dressed figures manifest in front of the horse, ready to defend the school from any threats that might appear in it. Glib immediately recognizes them as some figures from his past, a little advanced in their training. And on that note, we shall end, and next week we shall continue the Secret Power Rangers episode that Matt has been planning for months.
Oh my gosh.
Are we playing?
I will be bringing back your characters in their ranger forms next week. Yeah, I'm admittedly I'm hijacking your characters. I will talk to you about where you want your guys to progress. I'm not going to do them completely, but I will, we will discuss it over the course of the week, figure that out. But yeah, that was the tragic origin of Glib. Again, I know vampirism was something we didn't cover, but I do kind of want to leave that open for a second episode because I think that could be fun if we want to do a part 2 and make it even more sad. For those who are curious...
Oh, we can get so much more
For those who are curious... the colors of the schools are the same colors as Power Rangers Mystic Force. The headmaster of the school wears gold. Their mentor wears white, which is also Mystic Force. The name of the town is Bowenberg. The leader of the Red Ranger of Mystic Force is literally named Bowen. The yellow Mystic Force Ranger is named Charlie. And there's a villain in Mystic Force who is a purple ranger who can turn into a centaur whose name is Korag, which is Garrock backwards. I filled this episode with Power Rangers Mystic Force references, and I was really curious.
So much.
That's
commitment.
genius.
I
love that.
I filled this with Power Rangers references.
Fucking
Yeah, it's gonna be a
Which one of the
fun time.
3 of you wants to die first in Glib's rampage?
Again, I will talk to you all, and we will figure out what your sort of ranger lord could have. Yeah, remember, they don't know what happened to you, and I will go ahead and say, Garrick lied to them. Garrick definitely lied to them about what happened.
I don't doubt that. They are also now defending him.
Well, we don't know.
Yeah, they don't know
I
it's
don't
you
care.
at the moment.
Glib doesn't fucking care. You're in the way of him and
Here's the
vengeance.
I have more Power Rangers references planned for next episode. I have more.
Oh my god.
Again, next episode is in the main campaign, so we'll handle it, but it's gonna be a fun time.
That's correct.
All right. Anyway, that's the episode. That is the tragic origin of Glib. He was supposed to be a Power Ranger, but he didn't, and now he's cursed to be a frogman, so that he can be locked off from the power forever.
Man had 2 destinies though, because isn't he in the prophecy? That
He's in a
SG's
lot of
into?
prophecies, and they might connect. Remember, he's also in Skeevel's prophecy. They might connect.
That's
Who
true.
knows? I might have actually done some storyline here.
Also, for
That's the
everyone,
one I made up.
everyone in the chat who keeps putting the Glib's name as Glib Murphy, I want you to know, Glib is I technically originally wrote Glib in my head with quotes around it.
Okay.
And I'm gonna leave that.
It's a bit
where
of a
it is.
mystery.
In
All
one
right.
Panda. One of the first episodes, you said Glib was his real name in human form.
I did, but that is what he called himself in human form.
We can change that later.
What else is a name?
If needed. All right, for plugging stuff, Amy, my fantastic mod, has already linked most of the stuff in the chat. There are links to all of our Discord servers. If you want to watch the previous episodes of this on YouTube or Spotify, they're both available. They're both linked in the chat. We also have merch now. We have shirts. I'm going to be putting hoodies up on there as well because people requested that, and that's probably going to take me 5 minutes to do, so I'll announce that when I get it ready. So it's going to be the same designs. It's just going to be, if you want hoodies, that will also be an option. Because Amy is fantastic, Eli, your shop has also been linked in the chat in that big block of links that Amy has sent. Eli's shop is there. At that point, I'll actually toss it over to you, Eli.
I wonder if that's why I got a notification.
Oh, maybe.
That,
If you want to plug your stuff really quick, go right ahead. The floor is yours for a minute because you're our guest star, so go for it. Tell everyone what you do.
Hi, everybody. Foolery and a whole bunch of other fancy stuff. I'm trying to put some on right now, but I think I put them on the wrong fingers. But it's okay. I'm just gonna go with it.
I know you. Your camera's a little choppy, but hopefully it'll come through. Oh, we can see like little flashes of claws, which is almost cooler. If you want to see it in more detail, go to Eli's shop, which has been linked in the chat. There we go.
These are going to be posted. And I make masks and all sorts of funky mechanical stuff.
And of course, he's also on TikTok at Ararius Metalworks, which I have put on the screen, so that username is there if you want to follow him. Anyone else have anything to plug? Anything notable there? And then I've got something actually, but...
I got merch in the link in my bio on TikTok if you ever want to go to it. And then also possibly streaming on Twitch this Sunday.
Nice.
I am curious to see what you stream. Speaking of streaming, I'll jump in.
Oh, it's the unironic best video game ever made.
Hey, you're ripping me off. Love to see it. Yeah, you know, I'm going to watch. I'm going to show up and bug you in chat. But I'm also streaming this weekend. Streaming on Saturday, which is nice. We're not going to be overlapping times. But tomorrow is my 10,000 follower special on Twitch. So I am going to be streaming from noon Central Time to midnight Central Time. I'm just going for all afternoon. I'm just going to do a 12-hour one, which is going to be chaotic and fun. I'm going to be playing a lot of different video games. I know I'm going to be doing like a couple runs of Hades. I'm going to be playing League of Legends on stream for the first time, which is going to go hilariously badly. I'm going to be doing like tier listing and random content stuff. I got this Lego Carnage head. I'm going to build this on stream at some point. I'm just going to be doing a lot of random fun things. And again, I will be going from noon to midnight Central Time. So tune in tomorrow. It's going to be a very fun time. I'm going to need a lot of caffeine, but it's going to be worth it. I hope everybody shows up for that. That's all I've got. Next week, we will return with episode 5 of Godforce. I always forget the episode numbers. I think next week is episode 5, 6 p.m. Central Time, just like this one. Momo will be back for that one. Normal main campaign episode, and if you all kind of know where it's going to go because you watched this one. But yeah, that's everything for me, unless anyone has any last-minute things. Nope. Cool. So again, thank you, Eli, for joining us. I hope you had fun. I will text you at some point to get your character details worked out for next week. And on that note, I think that's going to be it. So I hope everybody enjoyed. I will be on stream tomorrow. Nikhil will be on stream Sunday, apparently. And we will be back next Friday, like I said. So for now, have a good rest of your night.